when it comes to dealing with mining companies and government agencies. The scant resources that the First Nations can muster are far outweighed by those the mining company and bureaucracies bring to bear. The legislation, state and federal, has failed to protect First Nations and their heritage. The ineffectual Native Title Act has delivered nothing of substance to protect the interests of First Nations. We heard of gag clauses in contracts. We heard of people's assigning their civil rights to not protest about the destruction or the potential destruction of a company in the exercise of its rights under Section 18 of the Western Australian Act. If Eddie Mabo were with us, he would be deeply distressed to realise that what he had fought for so vigorously has delivered so little. And I'm talking about the Future Act regime of the Native Title Act. The Environment and Heritage Protocols laws around the country need serious overhaul, and this committee will be looking at those going forward. As we stand now, even in the Northern Territory, where sacred sites legislation leads the nation, important sites at the blighted MacArthur River mine in the Gulf country are under threat right now because the government has approved a new mine management plan without the necessary sacred sites clearance certificates having been approved. Australia's reputation and standing in the world is under threat because of deficient legislation and casual disregard for First Nations heritage that flow from that. We have international obligations here to take the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples seriously. And that Article 11 of that says that speaks about the rights of Indigenous people to maintain and protect manifestations of their cultures, such as archaeological and historical sites. It goes on to say, states shall provide redress, which may institute restitution in conjunction with Indigenous peoples if their cultural property is taken without free, prior and informed consent or in violation of their laws, traditions and customs. And that's a matter this report dealt with in a tangential way, but the importance of free, prior and informed consent cannot be underestimated, particularly in the review we've been encouraging companies to look at in the existing Section 18s that they've got. Australia signed up to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but what does it really mean in practice? It just gets disregarded. So, how many more Juukan Gorge catastrophes are lurking on working schedules around the country? We don't know, because there are still existing legal regimes that permit and legally permit various companies to destroy them. So whilst our report is called Never Again, it's in a legislative environment where there's still capacity for an organisation or a company to destroy such sites. So we have a serious problem, and this committee's got some serious work to do going forward into the new year on the relative comparative basis of the legal framework. It's so sad that things went wrong, badly wrong for Rio at Brockman 4. But it's also sad that this is not an isolated incident, and it's not just confined to this company's operations. So, Madam Acting President, there is a lot for us to consume, and there is hard work ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dodson. Senator Dodson, did you want to be in continuation?
Yes, thank you.
You seek leave to continue your remarks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting.
Thank you very much. Senator Fierravanti-Wells.
Madam Acting Deputy President, I present Delegated Legislation Monitor 14 of 2020 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. I rise to speak to the tabling of the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 14 of 2020. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the key issues arising in the monitor. In particular, I draw the Chamber's attention to the committee's concluding comments regarding two legislative instruments which raise significant technical scrutiny issues. The first instrument is the Australian Postal Corporation Performance Standards Amendment 2020 Measures No. 1 Regulations 2020. This instrument implements several temporary changes to performance standards for the delivery of letters and temporarily exempts Australia Post from its retail outlet obligations. The changes aim to respond to the challenges faced by Australia Post during the COVID-19 pandemic. The changes made by the instrument appear to have the potential to affect a broad range of people and entities. These include users of Australia Post services and Australia Post employees. Despite this, the explanatory statement to the instrument states that only Australia Post itself was consulted in the development of the instrument. Given the significance of the measures and the broad scope of people and entities likely to be affected by them, the committee asked the minister to provide it with updates on the progress of future consultation. The committee also gave a notice of motion to disallow the instrument on 6 October 2020 with a view to reconsidering the notice once the committee was satisfied that appropriate consultation had been undertaken. I'm pleased to inform the chamber that the minister has since advised the committee, considering all the correspondence that we exchanged in, that finally public consultation has commenced with a wide range of stakeholders and consumers. The minister has also undertaken to advise the committee of the outcomes of the ongoing review of the temporary arrangements. Now, on the basis of the minister's advice and undertaking, the committee has resolved to conclude its examination of the instrument and withdraw the notice of motion to disallow the instrument. Now, the second instrument I would like to highlight is the Fair Work Amendment Variation of Enterprise Agreements No. 2 Regulations 2020. This instrument repeals changes that were made to reduce the access period for a proposed variation of an enterprise agreement from 7 days to 1 day. The committee has been corresponding with the Attorney-General since August this year to resolve its technical scrutiny concerns. In summary, the committee was concerned that the explanatory statement to the instrument breached Section 15 of the Legislation Act 2003. That section requires the explanatory statement to a legislative instrument to describe the consultation undertaken in relation to the instrument or explain why no consultation was undertaken. The committee placed a notice of motion to disallow the instrument on 10 November 2020 to provide it with sufficient time to consider the Attorney-General's advice before the disallowance period expired. The committee subsequently determined that the Attorney-General's advice did not resolve its technical scrutiny concerns. Consequently, we drew the instrument to the attention of the Senate in our Monitor 12 of 2020 and resolved to keep the notice of motion to disallow in place to provide the Senate with further time to consider the matter. Since that time, I am pleased to inform the Senate that the Attorney-General has amended the explanatory statement to the instrument to ensure its compliance. In light of the Attorney's implemented undertaking, the committee has resolved to withdraw the notice of motion to disallow the instrument and conclude our examination. Can I thank both ministers for their constructive engagement with the committee to resolve these issues. Now, more generally, I take this opportunity to encourage agencies and ministers to make every effort to resolve the committee's scrutiny concerns as quickly as possible. The committee is increasingly having to engage in protracted correspondence with department and ministers to identify and resolve technical scrutiny issues. Now, I want to bring one to the notice of the Senate. For example, 11 pieces of correspondence were recently exchanged between the committee, department and minister in the committee's efforts to resolve its scrutiny concerns relating to the availability of independent merits review under the Continent's AIDS Payment Scheme 2020. In some instances, including this one, the committee has had to lodge protective notices of motion to disallow instruments to give it sufficient time to resolve our concerns. Now, we are very concerned about the number and age of outstanding undertakings that have been given by agencies and ministers to address scrutiny concerns. Our Monitor 14 of 2020 lists 20 undertakings which have yet to be implemented. 6 of these are more than 6 months old. Where the committee concludes its examination of an instrument on the basis of an undertaking given by an agency or a minister, we expect, and the Senate expects, that those undertakings will be implemented without delay. Now, we look forward to continuing to work constructively with agencies and ministers in 2021 to ensure that the lawmaking powers delegated to the executive are exercised appropriately in accordance with the principles prescribed by the Parliament. Finally, and can I say, we amended the orders of this Senate to ensure appropriate scrutiny, and I would remind the Senate that approximately half of Commonwealth legislation is by way of delegated legislation, and regrettably the trend seems to be that about 20% or so of that delegated legislation is not subject to scrutiny by the Parliament. Finally, I wish to draw the Senate's attention to the relevance of the committee's recent interim report on parliamentary oversight of delegated legislation made in times of emergency to the National Emergency Declaration Bill 2020, which was introduced in the other place last week. Many of the features of the National Emergency Declaration Bill are similar to the delegated legislation making powers in the Biosecurity Act 2015. In its report, the committee details its serious concerns about the lack of parliamentary oversight of the delegated legislation making powers in the Biosecurity Act and makes a number of recommendations to address these concerns. I would urge senators to heed the recommendations of the committee's report and the comments of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee about the bill in its forthcoming Scrutiny Digest as they consider the terms of the National Emergency Declaration Bill 2020. With these comments, I commend the committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 14 of 2020 to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Fierravanti-Wells. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I present the Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 15 of 2020.
Senator Henderson, apologies. I should have put the question on Senator Fierravanti-Wells's report. The question is that the Senate take note. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I present the Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 15 of 2020 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. I move that the Senate take note of the report. I am pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights' 15th Scrutiny Report of 2020. This report contains a technical examination of legislation with Australia's obligations under international human rights law. I also wish to speak to the committee's 13th and 14th Scrutiny Reports of 2020, which were presented out of session on the 13th and 26th of November. Together, these three reports set out the committee's consideration of 48 new bills introduced into the Parliament between October and the 3rd of December 2020 and 324 legislative instruments registered on the Federal Register of Legislation between 21 September and 1 December 2020. In these reports, the committee has made substantive comments with respect to 24 bills and legislative instruments, including legislation previously commented on. For example, in this 15th report, the committee is seeking further information in relation to the Federal Court and Federal Circuit Court Amendment Fees Regulations 2020. This legislative instrument increases the application fee for migration litigants in the Federal Circuit Court from $690 to $3,300. While significantly, the instrument also provides for the ability to seek full or partial waiver of this fee in cases of financial hardship. In order to form a concluded view on this matter, the committee seeks further information to assess what implications this may have in relation to the right to access to justice. In these reports, the committee has also considered the Native Title Amendment Infrastructure and Public Facilities Bill 2020, which is now passed. This bill amends the Native Title Act 1993 to extend the operation of the future ACTS regime for another 10 years. This regime permits the construction of public housing and other infrastructure on Indigenous-held land. The future ACTS regime is an important measure which facilitates the timely provision of critical public housing and other public infrastructure for Indigenous communities when agreement cannot be reached with native title holders. As such, the committee considers this bill promotes the rights to an adequate standard of living, education and health In addition, the committee considers that the amendments may also limit a number of other human rights, including the rights to self-determination, culture and equality and non-discrimination. The committee notes that these rights may be subject to permissible limitations if they are shown to be reasonable, necessary and proportionate. In this regard, the committee notes in particular that the consultation process provided for in the future acts regime appears to lack several constituent elements of free, prior and informed consent for the purposes of international human rights law. As such, the committee makes several recommendations to assist with the proportionality of the measure, including requiring a consultation process which is guided by the principles contained in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the development of guidelines to inform decision-makers working in this area. Lastly, I note that in Report 13 of 2020, the committee concluded its consideration of the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment High-Risk Terrorist Offenders Bill 2020. This bill seeks to establish an extended supervision order scheme for high-risk terrorist offenders who have completed their custodial sentence. It would enable a court to impose any conditions on a person which it was satisfied on the balance of probabilities were reasonably necessary, appropriate and adapted for the purposes of protecting the community from the unacceptable risk of a person committing a terrorism offence. The committee considers that such a scheme may protect the public from harmful acts and so promote the right to life and security of the person. In the context of high-risk terrorist offenders, the committee recognises that the government has a critically important role to play in protecting the community from the catastrophic harm which could be caused by a large-scale terrorist attack in Australia. The committee also notes that given the breadth of potential conditions which could be imposed under extended supervision order, it also engages a number of other human rights. The committee notes that most human rights may be permissibly limited. The committee's report sets out a detailed analysis of the international human rights law implications of this bill, and while acknowledging the need to adequately protect the community, draws these concerns to the attention of the Parliament. In closing, I note that the report I tabled today is the 15th and final scrutiny report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights for 2020. I'm very proud of the way in which this committee has continued its scrutiny work throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, including by regularly meeting remotely via teleconference and continuing to scrutinise the many legislative measures which have been introduced to address this unprecedented health crisis. I wish to thank my fellow committee members for their hard work over this period, particularly my Deputy Chair, Mr Perrott, together with Senators Dodson, Green, McLaughlin and Thorpe, and House members Mr Georgianis, Mr Goodenough, Ms Hammond and Dr Webster, as well as our former members, Senators Chandler and McKim. I also wish to thank our external legal advisor, Associate Professor Jackie Mowbray, and our committee secretary, Anita Coles, and all of the Secretariat for their hard work during this very difficult year. As always, I encourage all parliamentarians to carefully consider the committee's analysis, and with these comments, I commend these reports to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Thorpe, do you wish to speak on this report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to speak on the tabling of the Human Rights Scrutiny Report, number 15 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills. I have some short remarks on the report, particularly the committee's decision to provide no comment on the human rights compatibility of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation Amendment Bill 2020. I understand very well that the committee does not consider issues of public policy only on the black letter law. As a human rights campaigner my whole life, I am very proud to sit on this committee. It's time that this parliament has an honest conversation about centring human rights in everything we do. Personally, I believe that climate change is a human rights issue. I want to repeat that. I understand that the committee considers only the black letter human rights law, and not social policy, but it's time that changed. Climate change is a human rights issue, and I thank the Environmental Defender's Office for their staunch defence on human rights in the courts, in the community and to this committee. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has said, and I quote, "Climate change is a reality that now affects every region of the world. Storms are rising and tides could submerge entire island nations and coastal cities. Fires rage through our forests and the ice is melting. We are burning up our future, literally." End quote. Torres Strait Islander mob are some of the first in the world being impacted by climate change. Their rights to health, culture and life itself is being damaged by climate change. Proud Torres Strait Islander man Yessi Mosby has told the ABC that he scours the beach for the remains of his great-grandmother after huge tides flooded graves on Massey Island. He said, and I quote, "My fear is that her skull has been smashed by the driftwood. Our way of living, our culture, our tradition has been violated." End quote. How is this not a critical human rights issue? How does climate change and this government's inaction not contravene the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNDRIP? This committee needs to be able to consider issues to hear the voices of grassroots mob as well as advocacy organisations like the Environment Defender's Office. The Human Rights Committee is too important for the work of this parliament to become a rubber stamp machine. The committee should be able to consider matters of public policy, and it must be able to consider the UNDRIP, not as a footnote but as a central part of its work. The UNDRIP is the most comprehensive international instrument on the rights of Indigenous peoples. It establishes a universal framework of minimum standards for the survival, dignity and well-being of the Indigenous peoples of the world. I call on the government to do the right thing and modify the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Act 2011 so that the committee can properly consider UNDRIP and also properly consider urgent matters of public policies like climate change. We need to give the committee the powers it needs to properly do its work. I once again want to reiterate my thanks to the committee secretariat for their fantastic work and also the chairperson. I also thank my colleagues Senator Dodson and Mr Perrott, the member of Moreton, for their work on the committee, for their work. Let's do the right thing. Let's centre human rights into everything we do, particularly in the middle of a climate emergency. Our survival depends on it.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Gallagher?
Thank you.
Oh, apologies, Senator Gallagher. The question is that the Senate take note of the report. All those in favour say aye, against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I present the first interim report of the Select Committee on COVID-19, together with the Hansard record of proceedings, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. Just the few minutes that are available to me this evening, I'm pleased to be able to. I'd seek leave to. What do I need to seek leave for? Nothing? Oh, okay. Sorry. The Senate established this committee on the 8th of April to examine the government's health and economic response to the pandemic. With limited parliamentary sittings during the early stages of the crisis, the committee has been central to the democratic oversight of decisions with a profound impact on people's safety, welfare and economic survival. We have had 37 public hearings, accepted 463 written submissions and gathered hundreds of hours of evidence. Firstly, can I thank everyone who's made sacrifices to help their fellow Australians in a time of need, especially our health workforce, public servants and others who've worked together to keep us safe and keep services running.
Thank you to the many organisations, private individuals and public servants who appeared before the committee and made submissions. Thank you also to my fellow committee members and the committee secretariat for their efforts to date. In 2020, Australians came together and showed remarkable courage, patience and collective spirit. The fact that we avoided the terrible scenarios now playing out in some other countries is the result of this hard work. But we can't afford to be complacent. Despite faring better than many countries, we should remember that almost 28,000 Australians have contracted COVID-19 and 908 Australians have died. 3/4 of all of these deaths have been in aged care facilities. Around 39,000 Australians remain stranded overseas, and 8,000 of them are classified as vulnerable people. And the economic impact of the pandemic has been severe, with 2.4 million people out of work or working less hours than they need, with unemployment forecast to remain above pre-pandemic levels for the next 3 years. For millions of Australians, 2020 has been the most difficult of years, and we should not underestimate the ongoing challenges that many of these Australians face and will continue to face as we recover from the pandemic. This is an interim report of the committee. As chair, I felt it was important that we report to the Senate at the end of this year. The report makes 6 recommendations and 24 interim findings. This report does find deficiencies in the government's preparation and early response to the pandemic. On the health response, the short summary is thank goodness for the states. It was the states who took the big, brave decisions at the right time and forced the hand of a federal government who was resisting pressure to take stronger action. 5 areas stand out as the most significant shortcomings in the government's health response to date. The first and most serious of these is the aged care crisis. 685 residents in aged care facilities funded and regulated by the Morrison government died from COVID-19, accounting for 75.4% of all COVID-19 deaths in Australia. The federal government didn't have a plan to protect aged care residents. They ignored the Royal Commission's warnings in October 2019 in its report titled Neglect. They were too slow to act, and then when disaster struck, tried to avoid accepting responsibility for keeping people safe. Their big announcement, the Victorian Aged Care Response Centre, didn't open until 25th of July, after 294 cases of COVID-19 and 26 deaths in the Victorian residential aged care facilities. Secondly, the Ruby Princess, a mismanaged disembarkment of a ship which caused the biggest outbreak in Australia back in March. 663 passengers on the Ruby Princess ended up with COVID-19. The government's failure to observe its human quarantine responsibilities, despite public commitments that it was in charge, allowed these passengers to disembark, spreading the virus right across the country. The third is the Prime Minister's failure to provide national leadership when we needed it the most. In March, as COVID-19 case numbers continued to grow, the Prime Minister downplayed the need for stricter social distancing restrictions, undermined decisions by the states and territories to close schools, and made political attacks on Labor premiers over state borders. Without the strong advocacy displayed by state premiers for bolder measures, particularly by New South Wales and Victoria, Australians' experience with the pandemic could have been very different. Fourth, the government's expensive and ineffective COVID Safe app. In April, the Prime Minister said it would be like sunscreen and help us reopen, yet he failed to deliver on this announcement, with the app suffering performance issues and identifying just 17 unique contacts, and now it's headed for a revamp. I wonder how much that will cost. Fifth, the failure to put in a paid pandemic leave scheme in place when it was needed the most. With millions of Australians not having access to paid sick leave, there was always a big risk that people would go to work sick in order to pay the bills. Low-paid, casualised essential workers were identified as being high risk of spreading the virus due to lack of paid sick leave very early in the pandemic. The ACTU raised this on the 11th of March, but this government didn't act for 5 months, and not before the Victorian aged care outbreak was well established. It remains unclear as to why the government did nothing to address this huge transmission risk until the 3rd of August, by which point we had already recorded over 18,000 cases, other than it didn't want to act and protect these workers. On the government's economic response, the short summary is that they left too many people behind. They argued against a wage subsidy scheme and when they did agree with one, they excluded over 1 million casuals from JobKeeper. They plundered the retirement savings of people hardest hit by the pandemic through the poorly designed Early Access Super Scheme, which for months into this pandemic was the largest source of stimulus across the economy. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator Gallagher. It is 6:55, but just on indulgence of the Senate, I do have one more committee report on my list under the opposition whip's name. Did you wish to move it now and continue remarks, or?
If it's the NDIS one,
that is indeed what it is.
I don't have a copy of the report, but I am prepared to move that the report be tabled.
Thank you. The question is that the report be tabled. All those against say aye. In favour say aye, against say no. I think the ayes have it. Are there any ministerial statements? Senator Colbeck.
I table documents responding to 2 orders for the production of documents concerning the PFAS Task Force and foreign shipping.
Senator Roberts.
I move that the Senate take note of the documents, and I thank the Minister for the documents and seek leave to make a short statement.
Senator Roberts, you don't need leave to make a short statement.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I was told in meetings with Defence last year that the PFAS Task Force was working on the problem of PFAS contamination by applying a whole-of-government response. So I asked for the minutes of their meetings to see what a whole-of-government response looked like. I was refused. I did a document discovery. Still no minutes arrived. This 3rd attempt has succeeded. It should not have been this hard to get hold of a simple set of minutes. Having read them, I do understand why they had to be prized away from the task force. The Morrison government's PFAS response is all talk. It is a process that has no destination and, as a result, is achieving nothing. It seems to be aiming to stall and to avert. The last concrete action by this government was in 2018 to award $55 million for a drinking water program for affected areas and $73 million for research into PFAS. There are now over 900 PFAS sites around Australia. The government is remediating 4 defence sites, bases at Williamtown, Oakey, Edinburgh and Katherine. 4 down, 896 to go. While the PFAS Task Force is sitting around holding meetings and reissuing old guidances, the residents of the red zones continue to live with the nightmare every day. Residents are trapped in homes that are unsaleable. One resident that I've spoken with many times and visited his house on a number of occasions, David Jeffress and his wife Diane Priddle from Oakey in Queensland, purchased their property in 2004 for a combined $2.4 million investment. At that time, the Defence Department knew his land was affected by PFAS, and yet they kept quiet. Once the contamination was made public, the property became unsaleable. Dave and Diane's successful cattle breeding and grazing business had to close because nobody wants to buy contaminated cattle or genetics. They have a stud property, a very clean, tidy operation. Dave and Diane's property and business was recently valued by a registered valuer at just $400,000, a $2 million loss through no fault of their own. It's an outrage that the Morrison government is allowing these residents to remain trapped in red zones while the PFAS task force drifts around from meeting room to meeting room in search of direction. While a recent class action lawsuit was settled, Dave and Diane received just $120,000 compensation, and he hasn't got the money yet. The government's own PFAS subcommittee has made the same recommendation in the last 2 update reports, which called for remediation, compensation and like-for-like relocation. That's fair. I hope the 3rd head of that subcommittee in just 2 years, Senator McCarthy, has more success in getting their recommendations implemented. The way forward now must be to remove residents out of the contaminated red zones, install remediation units and treat the groundwater before these toxic plumes spread further and ruin yet more lives. Now, last year, I asked the then Minister for Agriculture, Senator Mackenzie, if it was safe for producers like David and Diane to send their cattle to auction, and Senator Mackenzie replied, quote, "There is no reason why farmers cannot send their produce to market." End of quote. Well, let's examine that statement. Food Standards Australia specify a safe level for PFAS exposure of 20 nanograms of PFAS and 160 nanograms for PFOA. These can be present together for a total PFAS level of 180 nanograms per kilo of body weight. On the 19th of September 2020, the European Food Safety Authority set a new safety threshold for PFAS contamination. The limit, which now applies across the EU, is just 4.4 nanograms per kilogram of body weight per week, a fraction of what Australia allows. The European body considered the decreased response of the immune system to vaccination to be the most critical human health effect of PFAS exposure. So I ask, has the PFAS task force considered that the Morrison government is about to introduce a vaccine for COVID that might be put at risk through our tolerating PFAS levels that are 40 times higher than the new European safety standard? Cattle in the red zone from RAAF base Richmond have been tested at over 1,000 nanograms per kilo. Newborn calves are testing at over 300 nanograms. This is the product that former Minister Mackenzie says is safe to sell and consume. It is not safe to sell. By sending contaminated products to the EU, we're risking food and livestock exports of $2 billion a year. This is not just affecting Oakey. This is affecting the whole beef industry. The Morrison government can find billions to give to its big business mates for corporate welfare in the name of COVID, but it can't find a lesser amount, a much lesser amount, to fund a like-for-like relocation and compensation scheme for everyday Australians caught up in the nightmare of the government's making, despite the committee recommending it do so. It's time for the Prime Minister, to fix this problem, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The question is leave granted to continue his remarks? Yes, leave is granted. Thank you. The question, Minister, do you want to respond? Or the question is that the Senate take note of the ministerial statement. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the Government's response to the report of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee on its inquiry into the provisions of the Primary Industries Customs Charges Amendment Dairy Cattle Export Charge Bill 2020 and seek leave to have the document incorporated in Hansard.
Senator Brockman. Oh, is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Brockman.
So do I need to seek leave to speak at this point?
I don't believe you.
Oh.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. We will then move to committee memberships. Thank you, Clerk. The President has received a letter requesting changes in the membership of committees. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Yes. Thank you. Leave is granted.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed in the dynamic red.
I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Messages from the House of Representatives. President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: the Aged Care Amendment, Aged Care Recipient Classification Bill 2020, the Corporations Amendment, Corporate Insolvency Reforms Bill 2020, the Export Market Development Grants Legislation Amendment Bill 2020, the Health Insurance Amendment, Compliance Administration Bill 2020, Immigration Education Amendment, Expanding Access to English Tuition Bill 2020, Treasury Laws Amendment 2020 Measures No. 5 Bill 2020 and Treasury Laws Amendment 2020 Measures No. 6 Bill 2020. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question as moved by the Minister. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Care Amendment, Aged Care Recipient Classification Bill 2020, Corporations Amendment, Corporate Insolvency Reforms Bill 2020, Export Market Development Grants Legislation Amendment Bill 2020, Health Insurance Amendment, Compliance Administration Bill 2020, Immigration Education Amendment, Expanding Access to English Tuition Bill 2020, Treasury Laws Amendment 2020 Measures No. 5 Bill 2020, Treasury Laws Amendment 2020 Measures No. 6 Bill 2020.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Aged Care Amendment, Aged Care Recipient Classification Bill 2020 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I will put the motion as moved by the Minister. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you, Clerk. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Territories Legislation Amendment Bill 2020 and Bankruptcy Estate Charges Amendment Norfolk Island Bill 2020. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question as moved by the Minister. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to territories and for related purposes. A bill for an Act to amend the Bankruptcy Estate Charges Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question as moved by the Minister. The question is that motion moved by the Minister. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Financial Sector Reform, Hayne Royal Commission Response Bill 2020 and Corporations Fees Amendment, Hayne Royal Commission Response Bill 2020. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is in agreement to the motion moved by the Minister. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law in relation to the financial sector and for related purposes, and a bill for an Act to amend the Corporation Fees Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that debate be adjourned. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you, Clerk. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Australia's Foreign Relations State and Territory Arrangements Bill 2020. Thank you. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Foreign Investment Reform Protecting Australia's National Security Bill 2020. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of the appointment of Mr Conahan in place of Mrs Wicks to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. The President has received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 3 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. I will call the clerk to call on business.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2 in the name of Senator Rice, a disallowance of an instrument.
Senator Rice.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. This motion is to disallow a $40 million fund, the Forestry Recovery Development Fund program, that would continue to prop up damaging and devastating native forest logging. So let's be clear why I am moving today to disallow this fund. It is about protecting our native forests after they have suffered a devastating bushfire season. The Greens, of course, want to see funding for bushfire recovery, both for our communities and for our forests that were devastated by last summer's fires, and these fires which were turbocharged by our climate crisis. These fires devastated 20% of our mainland forests, the greatest proportion of forest of any continent killed by fire that has been known worldwide. But we should not be funding so-called bushfire recovery that involves clear felling our precious forests and continuing to kill our precious wildlife, destroying their habitat just at the time when they need to be nurtured, carefully managed back to health as they recover from these massive, intense fires. And I also want to be clear that our reason for moving to disallow this fund tonight is that it doesn't differentiate between native forest logging and plantation forestry. I mean, if only the government and the Labor Party would see that there's a difference between native forest logging and plantation forestry, then we would be well on the way to the forest wars that have been raging for decades as being over. We wouldn't be having debates like this today. I mean, if the government and the Labor Party came to terms with the reality that we're now in a situation where almost 90% of the wood products that are being produced in Australia come from plantations. The vast majority of the jobs in the timber industry rely on timber from plantations, and that plantations that are established appropriately and sustainably on already cleared land are supported across this parliament. In contrast, what is also known, what is so clear in the science and now in legal decisions, is that native forest logging devastates our precious forests. It kills animals, it destroys carbon stores, it smashes up soils, it has massive impacts on water quality and quantity, and it loses money. It needs government subsidies to continue. Like whaling, native forest logging has had its day, and we need to stop logging our native forests as soon as possible and support the relatively few workers that are still employed in native forest logging to shift to other work, particularly the prospects of plantation forestry. Yet this Forestry Recovery Development Fund would provide $40 million for forestry operations without differentiating between devastating native forest logging and the plantation industry. And this is on top of a $15 million fund that would subsidise the transport of logs that have been logged after fire has raged through. So-called salvage logging, or actually looting logging is a much better term for this. And then there's an extra $10 million for a salvage log storage fund, again subsidising the looting of logging after fire. And I repeat, we don't know how much of this $65 million will be spent subsidising destructive native forest logging compared with a contribution to plantations. The guidelines for this fund do not differentiate between the two. What we do know is that there is $40 million that the guideline says will assist privately owned wood processing facilities to recover and rebuild using innovation and product diversification. However, that includes to develop new wood products or secure capacity to deliver existing products secure capacity to deliver existing products that are intended to be sold mainly or solely into interstate or international markets. In other words, $40 million, which can be used to help the wood products industries to keep on doing what they are currently doing, continuing to log and wood chip our precious native forests and send off those wood chips to China and Japan. This is securing capacity to deliver existing products into market. I mean, I would like to believe, and Senator Duniam, I hear your interjections, and I'd like to believe that it won't be that if we are investing taxpayers' money after the fires, that it would be spent on developments that meet the triple bottom line of being good socially, good for jobs in the community, good economically in supporting regional economic development, and good environmentally, i.e. in the wood product sector supporting the development of new and innovative plantation-based products that would be helping the transition out of native forests and into plantations, and help end the forestry wars so we don't have to have yelling across this chamber. But I say again, this fund does not differentiate between native forest logging and plantation forestry. This fund will be subsidising the clear-fell logging of our precious forests in Gippsland and in south-east New South Wales, logging that is already being subsidised to the hilt by state and federal governments, logging that is destroying the wildlife habitat of koalas and of critically endangered species like swift parrots, leadbeater's possums and other endangered animals and birds. And it will be subsidising this logging at a time when our forests and our wildlife have suffered so much in last summer's fires, when we had 3 billion animals killed across the country. I mean, I do want to emphasise what type of logging this $40 million will be facilitating. I mean, just yesterday we saw reporting about concerns raised by the Environment Regulator in Victoria about logging after last summer's fires. And I'd like to read key sections of that reporting, where we had an initial letter from the Conservation Regulator in January suggesting logging should be modified in response to the changed conditions for vulnerable and threatened species across the state. And then a follow-up in February said the scale of the damage meant it was justified to stop commercial logging until there was more information that reduced scientific uncertainty about the risk of permanent damage. And the Conservation Regulator, the State Government Conservation Regulator report released under FOI laws said the fires had created uncertainty over whether the existing code requirements and management were enough to maintain biological diversity within the state's forests. And that's on top of what we know about the damage caused by logging forests have been burnt by fires. I mean, a series of studies has examined the ecological impacts of post-fire salvage logging in wet forests. The Australian Academy of Science summarises the impacts of logging of burnt forests, saying that it has long-term impacts on key soil nutrients and soil structure. It significantly reduces the abundance of large old trees, which are key attributes of forests critical to the survival of numerous species. It impairs forest recovery following bushfires. It alters plant communities, including through a significant reduction in populations of important resprouting taxa, such as tree ferns. It significantly reduces bird species richness. It can have pronounced richness. It can have pronounced effects on the condition of aquatic ecosystems, and it promotes short-term fire risks. This is the Australian Academy of Science saying this is what so-called salvage, i.e. looting logging, does. And of course, all of this comes on top of the momentous court decision in Victoria earlier this year, where the federal court found that logging damages or destroys habitat critical to the survival of the critically endangered leadbeater's possum and the threatened greater gliders, and they awarded costs against Vic forests, i.e. that logging is illegal. And these findings go to the heart of the issue here, because this funding will be subsidising ongoing devastating logging that is recognised as being destructive and that has been found to be illegal by the federal court. by the government conservation regulator. Destructive logging has been found to be so by scientists who have put decades of research into these forests. It is considered to be destructive by First Nations peoples. It's considered to be destructive by communities who are seeing their precious forests being devastated and putting their bodies on the line to protection. Brave individual community groups like Environment East
Senator
Gippsland.
Rice, the time for this debate has expired.
Okay.
Senator Brockman.
Finance and Public Administration Legislation
Senator
Committee.
Brockman, are you seeking
I'm seeking leave to table a report.
Is leave granted?
On behalf of the Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee, I present the report of the Committee on the Intelligence and Security Legislation Amendment implementing Independent Intelligence Review Bill 2020, together with the Hansard record of proceedings and documents presented to the committee.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. I'll put the question. There was no question, actually, so I won't put the question. I will instead call the clerk and we'll move to government business.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Social Security Administration Amendment, continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020, debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Clerk. Senator Billick, you are in continuation.
Thank you very much. And before I was interrupted, I was discussing how many some of the examples of how there's a complete lack of evidence that this card creates positive change for the people who will be subjected to it. So in their submission to the Senate inquiry on another government bill related to the cashless debit card, the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation wrote, and I quote, "The ALPA Board of Directors are disappointed that the government is moving forward and expanding this oppressive policy when there is no evidence demonstrating that it creates positive change for the people who will be subjected to it. This erosion of people's choice and control over their own lives destroys any sense of self-agency. It is an attack on their basic rights." These are people who have no history. There are people who have no history of addiction, who get no benefit from the card, and yet they end up losing their financial autonomy or suffering the stigma of having to take the card out to pay for things. Jocelyn, a disability pension recipient in Sejuna, wrote in an online article about this stigma and lack of autonomy, and I quote, "Imagine going out for a coffee with friends and having to use the card. Imagine buying the local paper and having to use the card. Imagine not having cash for something you really love on the local buy-sell exchange. Imagine trying to sell some items to get cash to survive. Imagine every time you pull the card out that you are labelled as a loser. Imagine pulling out the card that doesn't always work. Even if you have a dollar balance on the card, it refuses you at the checkout with people waiting behind you in the queue at the local supermarket. Imagine going to the chemist and the card will not work for your prescriptions. All of this happened to me and others many times. So I ask those on the other side, how would you like to live like that? How would you like to live like that? I actually challenge any of you to live like that for a month and then come in and say you think that it's all right to do so. Just because some people in your community have addictions to drugs and alcohol, then if somebody in your suburb has an addiction to drug and alcohol, maybe you should have to be on the card. I don't think you'd like it. Another story reported in an article in September last year in the Sydney Morning Herald involved a single mother of 4 who wasn't able to send one of her children on a school camp because she had restricted access to cash. The same mother couldn't buy second-hand textbooks for university and had to abandon her nursing placement because she was unable to buy a stethoscope online with her card. Now, let me be clear. Labor is not opposed entirely to income management, but we know that the approach works best when it's targeted and when it's voluntary. An evaluation of income management in the Northern Territory found that compulsory income management does not work, but the voluntary income management might. For example, in Cape York, the local community is applying income management based on individual circumstances. In contrast to the approach in this bill, the government themselves wrote in favour of voluntary income management in a document presented to the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and the document said there are more positive results associated with people who volunteer as they have made a choice to change their behaviour and receive assistance. Positive findings have been found for people who have been referred for income management by a social worker or a child protection officer. 2/3 of the people who will be forced onto the cashless debit card, that is 23,000 out of 34,000, are First Nations people. As the Aboriginal Peak Organisation of the Northern Territory pointed out in their submission to the inquiry, income management cannot provide a transition to employment in locations where few employment opportunities exist, and those that exist are largely done by outsiders. Instead, for many Aboriginal residents of the NT, particularly those living remotely, compulsory income management is long-term and, regardless of a person's lifestyle and financial management capacity, almost impossible to get off. An evaluation conducted by the Social Policy Research Centre found that, and I quote, 90.2% of those on income management in the Northern Territory were Indigenous, and 76.8% of those were on compulsory income management. More than 60% of this group were on income management for more than 6 years. Of those Indigenous people on compulsory income management, a mere 4.9% gained an exemption, compared to 36.3% of non-Indigenous people. Madam Acting Deputy President, this bill is an absolute insult to First Nations Australians. It's discriminatory and it's judgmental. And yesterday I heard in the chamber from Senator Hanson, and I quote, "We talk in this chamber about the sexual abuse of children. That comes from people who are inebriated. It may be alcohol, it may be drugs." Well, I really want to point out to Senator Hanson that the sexual abuse of children is perpetrated by people from all walks of life, and they certainly don't have to be inebriated or on drugs. And I feel that this comment was gratuitous and plainly wrong. Sadly, child sexual abuse is conducted by people from all walks of life: judges, doctors, school teachers and even politicians. So don't try and paint one group of people as responsible. The view that many people on a welfare payment are on drugs and alcohol or have a gambling addiction is also highly ignorant. I will leave the final word on the problems with the cashless debit card to a member in the other place who, in her second reading speech on this bill, outlined many of the same concerns as I have. The member said, and I quote, "The cashless debit card program is a punitive measure enacted on the presumption all welfare recipients within the trial areas are incapable of managing their finances and require the government's assistance." She went on to say, "It's somewhat ironic to me that you can essentially have an income management assessment trial for half a decade that can't show conclusive results, and yet there are a number of evidence-based programs that cost far less and that have demonstrably worked." Now, this contribution was for the Liberal member for Bass, Ms Archer. Could there be any greater indication that this is a bad bill than it being opposed by one of the government's own members? Unfortunately, Mrs Archer didn't have the courage of her convictions, and she failed to vote against the bill, a vote which would have seen it defeated. Shame on her. Despite the overwhelming evidence against compulsory income management, there are government members and senators who have publicly advocated for a national rollout. We know that this is the government's ultimate plan, and this bill is just the beginning. This has caused a number of welfare recipients to worry about whether they will be placed on compulsory income management. People who have no history of drugs, alcohol or gambling addiction, and no need for any intervention in how they spend their money. In her second reading contribution, Ms Archer spoke about the anxiety that pensioners in northern Tasmania express about having their income managed. This bill is a prime example of this government rejecting evidence-based policy in favour of an ideological bent. It will not address Indigenous disadvantage, and it will not help close the gap. Instead of empowering communities, it rejects the government's stated partnership approach in favour of punitive and counterproductive measures. All it will do is perpetuate distress, anxiety and stigma for those subject to compulsory income management. I urge the crossbench in particular to reject this bill, and I urge the Senate to reject this bill.
Your time has elapsed, Senator Billick. Senator Polley.
Thank you. I rise to speak on Social Security Administration Amendment, continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020. The primary purpose of this bill is to transition income management and participants in the Northern Territory and Cape York region onto the cashless debit card, the CDC, and to allow the CDC to continue as a permanent measure in existing trial sites of Ceduna, East Kimberley, the Goldfields, Bundaberg and Hervey Bay. Labor will not be supporting this bill, and it is incredibly disappointing that the government is ignoring evidence to pursue this discriminatory policy. I want to associate myself with the contributions in this debate from Senators Dotson and McCarthy. This is a racist bill. 68% of those who are impacted by it are First Nation people. And it is a prime example of policy being done to First Nations people and not with them. They are disproportionately affected, and now the government is pushing through the legislation. The evidence presented to the inquiry into this bill is largely unsubstantiated and anecdotal. But those sitting opposite are happy to ignore the facts and expand the CDC program based on their distorted political ideology. There has been minimal engagement with the communities being impacted, and now they plan to roll out this scheme permanently. The dichotomy between the CDC program and the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, which claims to emphasise genuine partnerships and shared decision-making between governments and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, is stark. This card is not the answer to overcoming systemic social issues. There needs to be greater emphasis on employment, training pathways, transitional housing, financial counselling and addiction support. Labor supports voluntary participation in this scheme, and the government themselves have conceded that there are positive results associated with people who volunteer for this program. But forcing people to use cashless debit cards is demeaning and removes their personal liberties. I myself have been a recipient of government assistance and have experienced the stigma associated with being on social services support. This system of income management takes away independence and a sense of pride. Now, if you haven't had this lived experience, I understand why so many on the other side have no understanding or concept of what this forced adoption of this program is like on individuals. To have your individual right taken away from you, to be stigmatised, so when you're going to purchase something, not being able to have cash to buy second-hand furniture, not being able to give the care and support to those people who have been neglected by governments of all persuasions over a long period of time, to now try and enforce such action is unforgivable. As uncovered at the Senate estimates, the Minister, Senator Ruston, commissioned a review undertaken at the cost of $2.5 million. $2.5 million, and admitted that prior to the introduction of this bill, she hadn't even read the report. This really goes to show the attitude and, quite frankly, the arrogance of this government, that they are not serious about evidence-based policy making. It needs to be noted that the government did not make the Adelaide University evaluation public in time for it to be considered by the inquiry into this bill. Why not? The failure to permit the inquiry to examine this evidence is very clear indication the government's pursuit of this bill is ideologically driven. The evidence presented in the report has not been substantiated. It is flimsy and mostly anecdotal. It is not rigorous or reliable, and there have been nothing to produce which can show the accuracy of the claims made by the government about the way in which this card has had a positive effect on any community across Australia. In fact, significant harm has been associated with compulsory broad-based income management. Most recently, an independent analysis of the CDC in Sojourner, conducted by the University of South Australia, concluded that it had no substantive effect on the targeted behaviours of gambling or intoxication abuse. There was also evidence for an increase in total store spending. Here the data showed an increase in spending on healthy foods, as well as overall shift towards a higher proportion of spending on less healthy foods. It is crystal clear that those sitting opposite have cherry-picked the submissions and accounts, and what has resulted is a flawed assessment of the measurements of the effectiveness of the cashless debit card. This government is not interested in evidence. There is no evidence that this scheme is working to its desired effect. There has been intervention in the Northern Territory for 13 years, and there is nothing to suggest that the income management has had any positive effect. We cannot determine whether positive gains are attributed to the CDC as opposed to other interventions such as alcohol restrictions or increase in social security payments during COVID. Yet the government still wants to progress this bill. There's been several inquiries into the efficiency and the effectiveness of the CDC, and none, I repeat, none of them have found any clear evidence of the effectiveness of this policy. None. Zero. Why is the government rushing to legislate this? We want to know what the evidence is. It's not unreasonable to expect that evidence to be presented. It concerns me that the current government is looking to continue the intervention in the Northern Territory on a permanent basis by stealth, by continuing to expand the reach of the cashless debit card into the Northern Territory. 13 years after the intervention, it is clear that such an approach to deliver service is a failure and has left people worse off. This government also has plans to roll this scheme out nationally. No matter what they come into this chamber and say, they established a CDC technology working group. This group consists of representatives from the 4 big banks, Supermarkets, EFTPOS and Australia Post. This is a precursor for a national rollout, which Senator Canavan has openly endorsed. I know that the people in my home state of Tasmania will not welcome this news. Bridget Archer, the Liberal member for Bass, has spoken out against her own government, condemning the program. But the reality is she cannot have her cake and eat it too. You can't say one thing in the chamber in the other place and then go back to your community and say something else. We get paid to make decisions. That's what politicians are paid for, to come and to vote on legislation and to put forward good policy. The member for Bass has failed her community because she doesn't have the courage of her convictions. She wimped out. If she had not abstained from voting, if she had a backbone and voted against her government, we would not be here tonight debating this flawed legislation. It is not good enough to pretend you care, to give an impassioned speech if you aren't prepared to stand up and to vote bad legislation down. That's the reality of the life of a politician. Sometimes you've got to make tough decisions. Parliamentarians go to Parliament to vote and to make policy. It is unforgivable that somebody who has made an impassioned plea in her speech in the House of Representatives about what it's like to live on welfare, which we all commend her for being honest and frank about her experience, and we admire her for being elected to the House of Representatives. But you have to be able to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. In keeping with that logic, what is the point of Mrs Archer being the member for Bass if she doesn't have the backbone to stand up and to vote on behalf of the people who elected her. I'm sure that the community will not forget this, particularly when we see this rolled out nationally and when Tasmanian welfare recipients are forced onto a CDC. Labor is calling on the government to listen and engage with communities, including First Nation communities, invest in job creations, pursue evidence-based services and partnerships rather than base your policy on distorted ideology. By continuing to pursue the CDC and broad-based compulsory income management, it would not likely have any positive impact, but rather remove individuals' liberties and take away human rights. The government needs to stop in their pursuit of action without cause and abandon its technology working group and preparations for a national rollout of the CDC. The Labor Party is incredibly disappointed by the government's insistence on this bill. Not only is it counter to the Prime Minister's commitment to a new partnership approach to closing the gap, it has no foundation to argue that this program will deliver better social outcomes for those communities. It's not consistent with genuine partnerships. This program limits freedoms of choice, discriminates against First Nations people, and has no sound evidence to prove its effectiveness. The scheme limits the human rights of a right to social security, to a private life and the right to equality. This inquiry did not engage in meaningful two-way discussion, and the government will now attempt to roll out this program with little information or guidance offered. In order to overcome social issues and welfare dependency in these communities, a bottom-up approach which emphasises genuine engagement and inclusive structures of collaboration are required. It is about time that this government stops spinning their way out of accountability and engage in evidence-based policy so that we can have a better outcome for all Australians. I want to finish and bring to the attention of this chamber, and particularly the government, that the contributions in this debate, which they've brought this legislation before us, has brought to the chamber comments and contributions to this debate that I'm embarrassed as an Australian senator to have the comments of Senator Hanson and her racist, vilifying comments that she has made in this debate. And all legislation like this does is bring out racism in this country. It shines a light on the worst aspects of some of our community members. And when you're an elected member of Parliament, whether it's in the state parliament, whether it's in the House of Representatives or whether it's in the Senate, you have responsibilities to show leadership. And leadership means that you have to be tolerant. You have to be inclusive. You have to lead from the front. You have to show leadership. I was ashamed to sit in the chamber and to sit in my office and to hear some of the contributions to this debate. I was ashamed of those contributions. I'm all for a debate about the merits of whether or not this legislation should be supported, but I hate to see Australians against Australians in such a racist tone as Senator Hanson's contribution. I implore the crossbench to consider all the facts before them and to vote this legislation down. We can do better for our First Nations people. We can do better for our people that need a hand up on welfare. No one ever knows the circumstances for which they may end up needing welfare, or one of their family members, one of their kids, one of their grandchildren. That's what welfare's there for, to give you a hand up. We're a rich country. We can do so much more. We have to ensure this legislation is defeated, as it should have been in the House of Representatives.
Senator Still.
Deputy President, thank you very much, and I wish to make my contribution to the Social Security Administration Amendment continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020. I endorse the comments of a majority of my colleagues, all my colleagues on this side. But I also acknowledge Senator O'Sullivan, who has lived and breathed this stuff and has done a lot of work in this area. And Senator O'Sullivan, you know that you and I, there's not been a lot of difference between us. We'll probably be on opposite sides of the chamber when the vote is taken. Well, not probably, we definitely will be. But anyway, I wanted to put that on the record. It's a well-known fact, this is not the first time that I've made a contribution on the cashless debit card. I've made extensive contributions about this. And for those who have been on another planet from WA who don't know, but I work very closely in the East Kimberley. I do work closely in the East Kimberley. I've got some very good friends in the East Kimberley. And I want to say this very, very clearly. There is no way known that I support mandatory rollout of the cashless debit card, but I do support the voluntary participation. And there's a couple of things I do want to say tonight. One is I want to talk about the Woonan Foundation, and I also want to talk about who heads up the Woonan Foundation, a very dear friend of mine, Ian Trust. So let me just share this with Senators. Woonan Foundation, and Woonan is an Aboriginal development organisation in the East Kimberley region of Western Australia. Woonan operates with a clear purpose and a strategy to drive long-term socio-economic change for Aboriginal people by providing real opportunities, investing in people's abilities, and by encouraging and rewarding aspiration and self-responsibility. Woonan's efforts are guided by the philosophy that Aboriginal success grows from investing in people's ability, real opportunity and reward for effort. Woonan is committed to serving the East Kimberley region via funded programs and innovative business solutions. Their programs span across their strategic priorities to improve the lives of Aboriginal people, while its social enterprises are spread across the hospitality, health, business accounting, research and evaluation and maintenance industries. Woonan has created long-lasting partnerships with the community, business sector and government to make the East Kimberley a place where Aboriginal people can look forward to building a stronger and more independent future for themselves. Woonan's vision is to shift the current dependence on welfare among Aboriginal people in the East Kimberley from 80% to 20%. Woonan's purpose is to ensure that Aboriginal people in the East Kimberley enjoy the capabilities and opportunities they need to make positive choices that lead to independent and fulfilling lives, essentially to have dreams and a real chance of achieving them. Now to my second favourite topic that I want to talk about tonight, my very, very dear friend, Mr Ian Trust. And just so senators know where Ian is coming from, and I'm very happy to, I will be using Ian's words in the chamber later today, because the least I can do is give Ian the opportunity to have his say in this chamber and the people that he represents. Ian has been involved with Woonan since its inception in 1997. He's been the Executive Director since 2004 and has served as Chairman of the organisation since 2008. A local Gidgin man from Wagabung community, Ian speaks English and Creole of the English Creole language family. Ian has a strong and coherent vision of a better future for Aboriginal people in the East Kimberley, a future beyond welfare and government dependency. Ian is one of the driving forces behind Woonan's key strategy to establish a strong economic base, which allows it to deliver sustainable programs to assist Aboriginal people of the East Kimberley to create better lives and a positive future for themselves. Ian has worked tirelessly to progress this vision through such initiatives as the ATSIC Regional Council's Future Building Strategy of 1996, the East Kimberley Aboriginal Achievement Awards, reforms in the Aboriginal housing and infrastructure sector, and as Executive Director of Woonan Foundation. In addition to Woonan, Ian has engaged with a number of national and regional organisations that contribute to the broader objective of creating Aboriginal independence. These include the Indigenous Land Corporation, the Kimberley Development Commission and Kimberley Land Council, driving Kimberley Futures. Ian is also involved in the support and development of emerging Aboriginal leaders in the East Kimberley because he believes developing strong leaders from within within the Aboriginal community is crucial to drive and maintain development strategies and ensure Aboriginal people achieve their full potential. Now, Ian is also one of the leaders of the East Kimberley Empowered Communities Group, but for the Senate, excuse me, it's also important, I believe, that the senators should also know what other positions Ian has held. Ian has been a Director of Indigenous Business Australia, the IBA, a Director of the Indigenous Lands Corporation, the ILC, a Director of Anja Board in the West Kimberley, a Board Member of the North Regional TAFE, formerly founding Chairman of Wyndham Foundation from 1997 to 2003. Formerly, Ian was an ATSIC Commissioner for the Kimberley, and Ian was also formerly Chair of Woona and ATSIC Regional Council. Now, colleagues, as I have said, these are Ian's words, and I will start with quote and I will end with end quote. So Ian has said the essential quality of leadership is about faith and belief and a vision of something better. This is the glue which holds all great nations, communities and families together. We believe our people have the potential to achieve a better quality of life than they currently have, but someone needs to believe in them. This is something university studies do not or cannot measure, but without it nothing can be achieved. This is what drives the Aboriginal people of Kununurra and Wyndham who support the CDC. We have never said the CDC is a silver bullet and that it will solve all our problems. No single strategy can do that, but it is the start we need for our people to create a better life. Our critics keep saying that the cashless debit card is a failure and we should go back to a system which has been an absolute failure for our people for over 50 years. The payment of cash welfare benefits has not produced any tangible benefits for our people, and the Closing the Gap statistics produced each year by government proves this. The success of the cashless debit card has varied between locations. Towns such as Wyndham and Ceduna have achieved better results than towns which are more of a community hub such as Kununurra. The influx of people from outlying communities around Kununurra and over the border who are not on the CDC distorts the outcomes in Kununurra. The problem is also compounded by the fact that each cashless debit card region has a limit on the number of participants, and this is by legislation, who can be put on the cashless debit card. And once this number has been reached, new participants receiving benefits in the region are not put on the CDC but receive their benefits in cash. The major positive results from the CDC in places like Kununurra is the reduction of gambling and the harassment of the elderly and vulnerable people for their money on payday. If you are a vulnerable person, this outcome alone is huge. It has also helped people budget their money for the whole fortnight rather than running short of funds towards the end of the pay period to purchase food. Another advantage of the CDC is that a record of expenditure is maintained of the expenses incurred on the card. This is particularly important to monitor the spending patterns of the elderly and vulnerable people using services such as taxis. Not all taxis and other services are exploiting vulnerable people, but in the cash payment environment, it is impossible to monitor if such people are being exploited, which we believe they were. Although the achievements are modest, they are better than what we have experienced from cash welfare benefits, and we believe it is easier to build a strategy for change using the cashless debit card as a base than cash welfare. We do not believe the cashless debit card does any harm as participants receive the same amount of money as those on cash welfare benefits, but it has the potential to be improved over time, and that is what we need to do to build a better future for our people. The vote for the cashless debit card is a simple choice between trying something different, which we believe can over time achieve change, or stay with a system which has created dependency for many Aboriginal families over generations." Unquote. Ian, you know that I will stand with you my party has made the decision, and I back my party's decision, that I will not support the mandatory rollout. I want to continue to see how many people that can actually volunteer to come into it. And we must always remember that those who want to do it, we cannot vilify them. Who are we to think that we can make these comments, and how dare we know better than they do? So on that, Mr. Acting Deputy President, those were Ian's words. I've concluded with mine. I won't be supporting the bill, but I will be doing everything I can to work with Ian and all those in the East Kimberley who voluntarily are on the card and want to make a better part for their life, and more importantly, as they say, look after the old people, but their children come first. Thank you.
Senator Watt.
Mr. Acting Deputy President, well, this week we are really starting to see this government's true colours come out. For months we've been hearing from the Prime Minister and many other members of his government that through this pandemic we're all in this together. And for many of the last few months, Australians have been in this together, regardless of their political persuasions, regardless of where they live, regardless of their racial background. We have all had common cause, fighting the pandemic and making sure that all of us get through it okay and all of us come out the other side in a recovery that is shared equally among all of us. But that approach that has been put forward over and over again by the Prime Minister has this week come to a screaming halt. This week, despite the fact that we are in the middle of the deepest recession this country has seen since the Great Depression, despite the fact that we still have well over 1 million Australians unemployed and more still who are underemployed and not able to get the amount of work that they need to get by, despite all of those things, this week, as we approach Christmas, the government has refused to permanently increase JobSeeker for those poorest members of our community who can't find work. This week, the government has maintained its position that superannuation should be cut. This week, the government has introduced new laws which would actually cut workers' pay in the middle of a recession. And this week, the government seeks to push through this legislation to enshrine a cashless debit card which is racially discriminatory, doesn't work and has no evidence to back it up. Putting all these things together, you can see very clearly that the government no longer thinks that we are all in this together. What you can see is that the government is rapidly choosing to leave behind vast segments of the Australian community. It's leaving behind the unemployed by refusing to grant a permanent increase to JobSeeker. It's leaving behind the very essential workers that we have all relied on to keep us safe, to keep us fed, to keep us healthy throughout the pandemic by cutting their pay. And it's also leaving behind some of the poorest and most remote communities in our country by forcing them, through this legislation, to remain on the cashless debit card, which so many of those communities rightly reject. It is profoundly disappointing that in the middle of a recession that the government is so determined to leave so many people in our community behind, including through this legislation. It is a very sour way for this year to end after all the Australian community has been through. Now, this bill, as other speakers have said, will make the cashless debit card permanent in the existing trial sites of Ceduna, the East Kimberley, the Goldfields and Bundaberg and Hervey Bay in my home state of Queensland. It will also permanently replace the Basics card with the cashless debit card in the Northern Territory. It will replace the Basics card with the cashless debit card in Cape York and extend income management in Cape York until the 31st of December 2021, and it will make a number of other changes as well. Now, as I and other Labor speakers have said, we will be opposing this bill because it is another example of the Morrison government leaving people behind in the middle of a recession, in the run-up to Christmas, when people are feeling more insecure about their welfare than ever before. And as I say, the cashless debit card has been shown over and over again through independent research, through Senate inquiries and through other means to be expensive, to be cumbersome, to be racially discriminatory and, arguably worst of all, to have no evidence whatsoever to back it up. It really is hard to escape the conclusion that, in the absence of evidence that this actually works, that the government's determination to push on with the cashless debit card, to extend it and to make it permanent, is ideologically driven. There is no evidence to support what the government is doing. They are doing this out of their ideology, which, despite being theoretically a small government party, sees government in there dictating to people how they will live their lives, imposing a scheme that applies vastly disproportionately to Aboriginal communities and makes it harder for some of the poorest people in our community to take control of their own lives and to actually get ahead. Now, the government, when it's asked to come up with evidence that it works, the government points to an evaluation of the scheme which was performed by researchers at the University of Adelaide. It cost $2.5 million to commission this research. So the cost of rolling out this scheme is not just the scheme itself. The government has spent more money commissioning research which it says backs up what it's trying to do. Now, I'll admit I haven't looked at this report. I haven't seen this research. But you know what? Not one of us has, because the government won't release it. The so-called evidence base that the government has spent $2.5 million commissioning is so good and so conclusive that the government won't release it. Does that not tell you something about how weak the evidence is for this government in pushing on with this scheme? If it actually had evidence that demonstrated that it worked, put it forward. You've spent money on it. You've got the report. Why continue to hide it? The only conclusion that anyone can draw is that the research does not back up what the government is doing. It would help the government's position if it could actually point to this research and take us through it, show us the pages, show us the evidence. Some of us might even change our mind if we saw this evidence. But the government won't do that because it knows that the research that it's relying on doesn't back it up. Card users say they can no longer buy second-hand goods online. They can't buy school uniforms at op shops. Budgeting is hard because they can't put money aside in a separate account for bigger expenses. It has practical problems, such as when an EFTPOS machine is out at the pharmacy or the post office or the supermarket. People on their cashless debit card won't be able to get their medications or pay their bills or get food for their kids' lunches because they don't have access to their own money, because the government, through this mechanism, is controlling how they can spend their money and what they can spend it on. Now, one of the areas, as I say, where this cashless debit card has been rolled out is the Bundaberg-Hervey Bay region in my state of Queensland. Now, there is no doubting that that region suffers very high levels of poverty, principally because it has suffered from very high levels of unemployment for a long time, certainly under this government and, to be fair, under previous governments as well. So wouldn't you think that the best solution to that would actually be to see the government get in there and do something about creating jobs, about investing in some of the local industries that have potential to grow, to employ people? But this government is so lacking in imagination that rather than actually doing the hard work of investing in the region and creating jobs, like I might say the state government is doing, the state Labor government is doing, instead of that, they just choose this punitive measure of restricting people's ability to control their own lives and to control what they spend their income on and when they spend it. It's no wonder that, as one example, Bundaberg Harvey Bay mother of 3, Karen Griffiths, told ABC's 7:30 program, "I feel like in the government's eyes I'm a lesser person. If my partner was to quarantine some of my money and tell me where and when I can't spend it, tell me it's for my own good, people would be screaming financial abuse. Why is it okay for the government to do it?" That is a very good question. Why is it okay for the government to do something that, if it were being done by someone's partner, we would rightly say amounts to financial abuse? Childer's single mum, Hannah Lisi, said she experiences problems with the cards monthly, and an extension just makes it harder to become independent again and support ourselves and budget our own money. If you actually speak to people who are on the cashless debit card, as I have done in Bundaberg, through meetings with the very active campaigning group against this, who've done a fantastic job raising community awareness about the problems of this proposal, if you actually speak to people, the thing that they find most hurtful is it removes their independence. Now, day after day, we hear members of the government and their supporters in the media and the business community say unemployed people should just go and get a job, they should get off their bums, they should go and take some self-responsibility and get ahead in life. But that's exactly what this government is stopping people from doing by controlling how, where and on what they can spend their income. How can you demand, on the one hand, that people show a bit more personal responsibility and get their own house in order, and then on the other hand say, but we're not going to let you choose how you spend your money, because we know what's best for you? Now, I heard Senator O'Sullivan earlier today, and I do get along with Senator O'Sullivan on many things, but I heard him saying that those who deny that the cashless debit card should stay in place are being paternalistic. I would argue that it's actually the other way around. For a government to say how people should be spending their income, that is the act of paternalism, and it's unbelievable to me that in 2020 it continues to go on, particularly in First Nations communities. Because we know, when you look at the figures, we know that the vast majority of people who are on the cashless debit card are from First Nations communities. Over 68% around the country of people who are on the cashless debit card are Aboriginal Australians, and it's obviously even higher in the Northern Territory, where it's 83%, and East Kimberley, where it's 82%. If this isn't paternalism, I don't know what is. Now, obviously Labor has been very strong in our opposition to this proposal, but we're not alone. The organisations that don't support the cashless debit card include St Vincent de Paul, the Law Council of Australia, the Queensland Council of Social Service, Australian Council of Social Services, Aboriginal Peak Organisations NT, who said in their submission to the Community Affairs Senate inquiry on this issue that imposing the cashless debit card on approximately 25,000 Aboriginal Territorians will fundamentally impinge on the equal enjoyment of human rights and freedoms, and that rather than building capacity and independence, the program has had the opposite effect by further entrenching an individual's dependence on welfare. There are many, many, many other organisations which, like Labor, oppose this cashless debit card. As I've already said, the research that the government points to in support of its proposal doesn't stand up to scrutiny because it's not allowed to have any scrutiny. The government won't release the very piece of research that it spent $2.5 million worth of taxpayers' money on, which it says supports what it's doing. But the research we do know about that has been made public includes research from the University of South Australia, which released a statement on the 16th of November this year, in which they stated, "We found no substantive impact on measures of gambling, drug and alcohol abuse, crime or emergency department presentations." These are the things that the government says are being reduced as a result of the cashless debit card. They can't produce any evidence that backs them up, but here we have evidence from people who've actually had a look at it and are prepared to make their research public saying that it hasn't made a difference. They go on to say if there are plans to expand this scheme, we should be sure it's meeting its objectives, and the data indicates it just isn't doing that. If that isn't clear, that the evidence isn't there to back up what the government is doing here, I don't know what is. So in conclusion, I'm very pleased, along with my Labor colleagues, to be opposing this bill. And what is worrying is not only what this bill proposes for some of the poorest members of our community, particularly in First Nations communities, but it is another example of what we're seeing over and over again from this government, which is now that we are hopefully through the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic, they are leaving so many people behind. Indigenous Australians, workers, the unemployed. That's not who this government's for.
Senator Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on this rather contentious and emotive bill, also with a bit of politics involved, I think. I have an engineering background, and that's the way in which I like to look at things. I like to find workable and practical solutions. And so the fundamental question for me in whether or not to support this legislation is, does the card work? That's the fundamental question. This card has an objective of reducing alcoholism, gambling and drug abuse amongst welfare card recipients. And I think everyone would say that's an admirable aim. But does it do that? One of the problems we've got here, and actually I think most people recognise this, is that we do not have any empirical data, any definitive data set that would guide us as to whether or not it does actually achieve those particular objectives. As Senator Watt indicated, there is a report that is available, at least to the minister, that hasn't been made available to other senators, and we don't know what that report says, although there have been some leaks that suggest that it also doesn't contain the definitive data, the objective data that is required for the government to put their case or to prove their case. So what that does is leaves every senator in this chamber working on anecdote. And again, as an engineer, in the absence of data, I thought, how am I going to research this? I got myself a CDC card. Senators are allowed to have a CDC card, even though they may not be or they're not welfare recipients. I think there's only one other senator that has a CDC card. I think that might be Senator O'Sullivan. That's been out there and tried it and tapped and go. It's actually quite an impressive bit of technology. It replicates pretty much a credit card. And a number of changes have been made to the card that get rid of some of the stigma. Not all, I will tell you. Whilst I was using the card as I travelled about, it was very easy to use, but I did go into some alcohol shops, some botlos. I tried to use the card and got rejected, and I found myself looking for some sort of excuse as to why my card had been declined. Of course, then I was able to rip out another card and pay for a bottle of wine or something like that. So I then went out and about to the coalface, because if you're relying on anecdote, the last thing you want to have happen is that anecdote to be infected by Chinese whispers, which is what happens with distance and as messages pass from person to person. So I went to the coalface, and I've got to thank, in the first instance when I went to Northern Territory, I've got to thank Senator McCarthy for inviting me up to Darwin to talk to Aboriginal corporations, Aboriginal elders, and then taking me to Nhulunbuy in Arnhem Land to meet with Indigenous people in that community. And I really am grateful for Senator McCarthy's assistance in that regard. I'm also grateful to Senator Ruston, Minister Ruston, who came to Ceduna with me and also facilitated me meeting a whole range of different people. Some of those people were from Indigenous communities, others from business. But I actually stayed there a couple of days, one with Senator Ruston, one without. And in the day that I was without, I went and talked to health officials. I went and talked to the Aboriginal Health Service there. I also talked to people in the street. I talked to my neighbour in the balcony next to me in the hotel that I was staying at, just raising a conversation. I must apologise to her now. I was being a little bit sneaky, had a conversation, started talking about the CDC card. And all of that was useful in informing me. And indeed, probably the most important people I spoke to were those that were required to use the card. And Senator Seward put me in contact with people, so too did Senator McCarthy. So I did talk to people who were on the card, and of course through emails and people calling into my office. I actually called a number of people. I spoke to a gentleman named Frank in Mount Barker who told me his story. He wasn't on the card, very troubled person. Sounded like he had his life in order, but was just fearful that he would end up with the card being imposed upon him, and that would just simply add to the burden that he already suffered through a disability and difficult interactions with Centrelink in the past. So I did talk to people. I also had a look at some of the wraparound services that go with the card. And one of the really difficult things here is you can't put your finger on whether the card is actually a major contributor or a minor contributor to something that may or may not be working. So, for example, in Ceduna, when you go to the bottler, you also have to show your licence, and if you come from one of the communities, one of the Indigenous communities, you can't purchase alcohol if your address is from, say, Oak Valley, for example, or Yalata. That's a measure that the Indigenous community has imposed upon themselves. There are also other services, sort of rehab in some cases, sobering up centres, health centres, community help centres and so forth. And so in trying to look at all of this, again, hard to work out what the card contributes to the purported benefit from the government and indeed how that it might affect what is being said in the anecdotal information being transmitted to me. I will say, sadly in this debate, sadly in consideration of this bill, my office was swamped with people who were quite rude about the card, quite rude about the fact that I hadn't made up my mind and that there's a possibility that I might vote against it. And they were aggressive to my staff, they were threatening to my staff, to the point where the Special Minister of State has now had to implement measures, including the AFP being involved, to make sure my staff are safe, yielding threats against me as well. I engaged some of these people, even trying to just have a discussion with them, to have them shouting down the phone at me. Some people chose to name my staff on Facebook and other social media platforms. Staff that took their call, listened to what they had to say, to pass on to me. And I just want to say this, and I think every senator will agree with me when I do say this, is that we have people in our offices who work for us, and they may actually have the same feelings or the same attitudes towards the person calling, but they very professionally represent me. They very professionally answer calls from people who may be sharing the same thoughts and opinions that they are, and they are getting abused. So to all those who have campaigned and campaigned in a rude way, understand you have not affected my decision, and indeed you have prevented other people who wanted to have their say in talking to my staff and having their concerns voiced to me. So please, those that did that, please think about that in the future. In the end, weighing up all the evidence, the difficulty for me is that the government has not made out its case. When I try and balance up everything that I've seen, unfortunately the data is not there that supports the concept that the card achieves what it is intended to achieve. And it is on that basis that I will not be supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on the Social Security Administration Amendment continuation of the Cashless Welfare Bill 2020. Look, it is no secret to anyone in this place that I've long been involved with the evolution of the cashless debit card. Prior to my life in politics, elected 18 months ago, I spent my life working at the Ministerial Foundation, and I actually led the project and the significant community consultation which underpinned its development, the development of the cashless debit card, speaking to people around Australia and hearing from them about their wishes and their desires for their community. And the ideas sprung up out of the community. And it was an idea that was from the community before it was even thought about by the government, because we took it to the government at the time and worked with the government to establish the trials. And I've taken that same approach since being elected here as a senator. So far I've been to all the trial sites, apart from, sadly, the Hervey Bay region in Queensland. I had planned to get there, but given COVID and the restrictions, I was unable to travel there. But I have met with people because there was a meeting in Perth just a week ago, and there were folks from that region that came over. So I got to meet people on the ground, and I've met and spoken with many over the telephone and Zoom and those sort of formats. Now, these experiences of people on the ground is absolutely critical. People that are dealing with the impacts and the implementation of this card day in, day out are critical. It's a view that you really only get by being on the ground, listening to people and hearing their views. It's not a view that you can get by sitting behind a desk at a university on the East Coast or from the comfort of an armchair. To really understand the challenges, you have to get out on the ground and spend time in these communities. Not just fly in and fly out, but spend time, as I know Senator Still has done over his career as a senator. When I'm in the Kimberley, people speak incredibly highly of you, Senator Still, because you are someone that understands, because you've spent the time and you've got the relationship. And that's the approach that I've taken across these sites. As a senator for Western Australia, I've been working with the minister and the department to make sure we continue to improve the platform and to work with communities on the ground to bring their experiences here into this place. And I'm proud to be part of the government which continues to support this program and which is working hard to make sure that it's better. This bill will extend the cashless debit card program in each of the trial sites and establish the Northern Territory and Cape York areas as CDC program areas and transition income management participants in these areas to the CDC program next year. Madam Acting Deputy President, supporting this bill is the right thing to do. But let me just deal with a few facts. let me deal with a few facts. What actually is the cashless debit card, firstly? The CDC is a Visa debit card, where 80% of the cardholders' working-age social security payments are paid into the CDC account. The remaining 20% is just paid into any other standard bank account. The CDC Visa card can be used at over 900,000 merchants, nearly 1 million merchants across Australia, which is basically wherever there is an EFTPOS terminal. In practical terms, it works wherever Visa is accepted. The only limitation is that it won't work at a liquor store or a pub, and it can't be used to withdraw cash at an ATM. Now, when I've heard the contributions from those opposite, saying that it's actually controlling how people can spend their money, well, it's just simply not true, because you can use this card absolutely everywhere except for a liquor store. It's the only place, and a pub. You can purchase online, you can pay for your bills, you can engage in commerce online. People have said, well, you can't buy second-hand furniture using Gumtree. Well, you can use PayPal. There's many ways, or you can even go to Centrelink and get an additional $200 a month to enable transactions that can't be covered by the cashless debit card. This means that the CDC can be used to purchase everyday items that individuals need to be able to provide for themselves and for their families. As I said, they can pay their bills, they can buy things online, they can use the card at bricks and mortar merchants as well. There really is actually very little impost on a card holder, particularly when you consider that cashless and contactless payments have become the predominant way that people transact with merchants now. And we've seen that accelerate significantly during this COVID pandemic. In fact, there are many cafes that won't take a cash payment. You have to use a card. Well, guess what? The CDC will work at those merchants as well. To date, the CDC has successfully blocked access to approximately 40,000 transactions. And Senator Patrick said that when he was using his card, he tried to use it at a liquor store to buy a bottle of wine. So he's possibly one of those odd 40,000 transactions that were counted, because the participant was attempting to use the card at a place that was restricted. So this bill will allow the 25,000 people on the Basics card in the Northern Territory and the Cape York to transition off this old and clunky technology, which is the Basics card, and move to a better and more ubiquitously accepted cashless debit card, which, as I stated, operates on the common Visa scheme. The Basics card can be very limiting for cardholders, and a lot of the feeling that you get, a lot of the feedback that you get from people about the negativity of the card is actually conflated with the Basics card, because the Basics card is a very old and clunky system. And the main reason for that is that for a merchant to be able to accept the Basics card, they have to opt in and sign up with a card with an agreement with the Basics card provider. So this results in there only being 16,000 merchants across Australia that will accept the Basics card, whereas, as I said before, nearly a million merchants are able to accept the cashless debit card. So it's a much, much better system. And if this bill passes, I look forward to seeing the people in the Northern Territory and the Cape York get access to a much better system, because the government has heard of instances where people have had to travel across town to be able to make purchases because their local retailer doesn't accept the Basics card. But if they're a retailer in business these days, where most people are actually opting and preferring to use contactless and cashless payments, then of course they've got an EFTPOS machine. And so pretty much every merchant now has that facility. Even farmers markets, you go there and they've got little squares, little PayPal machines. They're everywhere. The other fact that seems to be overlooked in this debate is that the CDC came about because that is overlooked in this debate is that the CDC came about because the communities called for it and they designed it. How do I know this? Because I was there. I actually did it. I was part of the consultation team that saw this card initiated. I sat with the very brave members of those communities that called on the government to give this system a go. Senator Sterle spoke of one of those brave members of the community in the East Kimberley, Ian Trust. Ian is an absolute champion in that community, very proud. We're all very proud of him, and he's a great Western Australian, a great Australian. See, these communities, they wanted their community to have a circuit breaker to help them deal with the devastating impacts of the harms caused by chronic alcohol and drug use. Since being elected into this place, I've been speaking to community leaders, meeting with organisations directly involved in the delivery of this scheme and the wraparound services which support it. Their feedback has been clear, as have the results in each of the current trial sites and their respective communities. Firstly, participants in the program have reported drinking less frequently, using drugs less frequently and gambling less often. Has it removed these problems in the communities? Of course it hasn't. Of course it hasn't. No one was expecting that it would. Kids are now going to school with a belly full of food, which is helping them to get the most out of their education. Slowly, these communities are starting to become stronger, more cohesive, and they're seeing less violence as a result of drugs and alcohol. I visited a school in WA's northwest, which not that long ago, before the cashless debit card was implemented, they were providing large quantities of food at the breakfast club on a Monday morning because these kids had not eaten all weekend. Now, in that community, the food that they have to serve has decreased significantly on a Monday morning because these kids are not coming to school as hungry. In Ceduna, the Foodland reported to us that theft was down, petty theft was down, and that the purchase of fruit and vegetables had increased noticeably. They said that people were buying groceries that they had not seen before. Their employment services provider, which is part-owned by the local Indigenous corporation, reported that more people are getting into work and are looking for work. They're seeing that there's something better. Now, these are stories of locals on the ground, and the commentators and those that are opposed to the card think that we shouldn't use them because they're anecdotes. They believe they aren't a valid representation of the impact of what's actually happening on the ground. But they are important, because if we aren't listening to these people, if we aren't looking at the evidence that they're putting forward to us as decision makers, if we aren't taking their advice, then who should we be listening to? We've seen the opposing position put forward on glossy reports which only use cherry-picked data. Evidence which supports the program is slammed as an anecdote, whilst anecdotes which oppose the card are somehow supported as evidence. Now, all the views of people on the ground should be heard. Every experience is important, whether that's a good experience, a bad experience or otherwise. And we've heard senators opposite say that people on this card feel demonised, targeted, disenfranchised, and there's a whole list of adjectives that are used. Yet the primary places that I've heard these views from are actually from people outside of the trial areas. In fact, I've heard Senator Walsh come in here earlier today and speak of Helen, who opposes the card, saying that it's going to significantly impact her. And then she went on to say she's from Victoria. Now, the CDC is not going into Victoria. And if it was, it would require further legislation, because this legislation actually specifically lists the locations where it's going to be operating. The chain and the campaign emails that I've received, and I know that many of you have received, almost always come from everywhere except these communities participating in the trial. They believe that they know what is best for everyone. Now, this is the height of paternalism, in my mind, to say to those people in these communities that want to see the continuation of the card that
that they don't actually know what is good for their own community, well, that is just so patronising. In contrast, this government has been listening to those on the ground. We've received positive feedback, and we've also received feedback of where it needs to be improved. And that's why I've been working with the minister and with the banks and with the retailers, major retailers, to improve the technology so that we can reduce some of the stigma that Senator Patrick was talking about, reduce some of the friction points that other senators have mentioned here today. Is the CDC a silver bullet? Of course it's not. Of course it's not. But we will continue to support the card and work with the communities to ensure that its evolution reflects what they need and what they want to see. And we're continuing to do the same with the wraparound services, making sure that people can deal with addictions, that they can get the support that they need, and importantly, that they can get into a job pipeline so that we can connect them with jobs that actually exist. And it's one of the next focuses that I'm going to have across the CDC trial sites, is to make sure that we're actually seeing jobs as the destination and not welfare. So I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I've always seen a lot of good in the cashless debit card. I've been out there for years, talking to people about what it could do and the difference it could make. I've been in the newspapers and I've been on the radio and I've been here on the floor talking about how it could work. I've stood beside 4 government ministers who have tried to get this thing off the ground. I've worded them up on where the person before them got to, and I've told them what the next step should be. I've supported them to get legislation passed when they needed it. Over those years, I've been running around the country, meeting people who are on the card and talking to people who could be about it, to go on it, and encouraging them to do that. Me and my staff have visited Ceduna and Harvey Bay and the Goldfields and Kimberleys multiple times just to check in to see how things are going and to follow up on whether the promises are being delivered. We've been all the way to Millingimby, an island in Armenland, and all the way down to Papunya, a few hours' drive from Alice. I've listened to the tough guys who say they hate the card, and I've heard the little old ladies whisper in my ear that it's actually putting food on the table. I've talked to mayors who say their neighbourhood has been safer and more calm, and listened to the Indigenous leaders beg me not to keep the card around. I've gotten to know the people in those communities, and I've met the kids, the mums, the dads, the aunties, the uncles, the elders, and even the dogs. I've heard them out. We've had some tough conversations. I've gone down and I've sat with them on mats under those gum trees in the sweltering heat, and I've asked them, should I vote to make this thing permanent? Should I send it up to the Northern Territory? I learned a lot from the answers I got from those questions. The things I heard have changed my thinking about the card and how it works. And I have to be brutally honest. When I first came out swinging for the cashless debit card, I was thinking about what life was like for me when I was on Centrelink. I was living on that little bit of money that they gave me for 8 years, and I know how hard it is. Every single dollar matters. You have to scrimp and you have to save and you have to do everything you possibly can to make it stretch. You have to put off paying electricity bills 1 week so that you can get your rego before it expires. And you live off wheat bix for days on end so that you can pull together enough money to pay for your kids to get some sand shoes or footy boots just so they can get on the sporting field. You shop at Vinnie's for the kids' clothes and you have a lovely day if you can pick up a new pair of surf jeans with the original price tags still on them and they're brand new. I can tell you, you don't have a lot to spend on anything that isn't rent, bills and food. That's why I've always thought the card wouldn't make a big. That's why I've always thought the card wouldn't make a big difference for people who have found a way to budget their money in a way that's good for them and their family. From their perspective, they'll keep doing what they're doing and not much is likely to change. But if someone who's living on a tiny amount, on that little bit of money that we do get when we're on welfare, is managing to spend more than $100 a fortnight on booze or pokies or drugs, there's a fair chance there'll be others around them that will go without. There's also a fair chance they're probably not doing too well. More than likely, they could probably use a bit of help. More than likely, they're in some serious trouble. And sometimes they're making a bit of trouble for the people around them as well. The thing is, I know what it looks like. I recognise addiction. I've watched people I love let it turn them into shells of themselves. I know how to spot when someone's been using again, even if it's been a while since their last hit. I see it in their eyes, by the way they put their sentences together and the tone in their voice. And when someone that you love gets like that, they do not make good decisions. And they start doing things they would never have done if their addiction hadn't taken the wheel. They lose sight of who they are, and they lose sight of what they care about, and each day blurs into the next. And someone like that, they'll easily blow every dollar they have to feed their cravings. They have no boundaries, and they are beyond thinking about the consequences. And every bit of money they get hold of will find its way to the dealer, to the bottle shop or the poker machine. I know all of this, and I will do anything, absolutely anything, to make it stop for every single Australian family that's been through this or going through this across the country. I'd do anything to stop the absolute tragedy and heartbreak that comes from losing someone you love to an addiction. That's where I come from on this thing. That's why, when I heard about this card, I was so hopeful that it could help. That's why I wanted to give this card a shot. It gave me hope that things could change. And that's the reason I've been the face of this thing for years. I've spoken out so loudly about the good I've seen on the card. To do that, sometimes it feels like people out there forget that it's actually coalition policy and not mine. Somewhere along the way it became the Jackie Lambie Cashless debit card. And I didn't mind that for a while. I was prepared to take that. And I still don't, I suppose. I know the card could do a lot of good. And I've seen kids going back to school in some of these places, and I've seen what Senator Sullivan said. I've seen food on the table. I've watched those elders, those women stop being abused. But I've always said to the government, if you want to make this thing happen, you can't let the card be the only thing you do. It's not a magic wand. You can't wave it at people and expect things to somehow get better. Because the problems that you see in the trial sites need a lot more than a cashless debit card to fix. And that's what I heard every time I went to the trial sites. I heard in the Northern Territory too. Those people up there can't live better lives with just the cashless debit card. They need jobs, and they need medical facilities, and they need counsellors, and they need skills training. They need the government to quit pulling the rug from under them by constantly funding short-term projects that never have enough time to get up and running and actually make any difference. And the cashless debit card was never going to solve those problems, but it could have been a way to start making change. If it had come with the right funding so people could get trained up, it could have made a real difference. If it had come with a jobs package to help people get off welfare, we could have made a fresh start for those people in those trial sites. But I've come to realise that the commitment from the government to make that happen has actually never really been there. Take Sojourner. Now, to be fair, they've actually been given a lot of money since they opted in the trial, first in, first served, and good on them for having the courage to do that. I can tell you that's probably where you'll see the biggest change, because that's where we invested to start with and we really put in. But every trial site after that, it got less and less, and people got less and less interested. But all that money went into funding in Sojourner to 40-something charities around the town, and even though the people who set them up are doing their best to make a difference, they're all pulling in different directions. They can't scratch the surface of the problems that Sojourner faces. Meanwhile, the TAFE hardly runs any courses. What about some trade training and some apprenticeships? All this was supposed to come along with the card. That was part of the package. The CDP program isn't helping people either. Should have just stuck with the CDP program. We already knew that was working. Once again, you put a card out there, you shortchange them and you back it off in the jobs area. and to get them trained up and ready to enter the workforce, instead of people being forced to show up to twiddle their thumbs. Alcohol and drugs are still a problem in Ceduna too. 5 years later, it's still an issue. The sobering up unit can take people in and look after them for a night if they've had too much to drink, but then they have to send them back on the street when the morning arrives. Anyone who actually wants to do something about a drinking and drug problem has to leave their loved ones behind for weeks on end and travel for 5 hours to a rehab centre in Port Augusta. It just doesn't work for them, and most people just won't go because a lot of them are Indigenous. They don't have the cars to get up there. They don't have 5 hours to get up there, and it makes no common sense. Part of your recovery must involve family and friends. That gives you a better chance of recovery. But to just shove you somewhere and hope you recover without that support as well, it's just never going to be enough. In the end, nothing changes and they're back to square one. No one goes anywhere. It's just one big vicious circle. I can't tell you how many times I've raised these problems with the government and they know about what's going on. This is the sad fact of the matter. They've been kicking this can down the road now for years, and it's becoming more and more obvious that they haven't had the will to make these things happen. They just haven't put in. They haven't put in. They haven't put in enough. And that's been the really sad fact. What could have been something great for the country. It's taken us nearly 5 years to get the damn card right, and we haven't even started on the rest. And the rest is the hardest bit. The rest is the jobs. It's the training. It's the rehabs. If it's taken us 5 years to work on a card, on something plastic, how long is it going to take to get this right with the real life stuff? You know, I had to take 20 months out of this place and I sat on the sidelines. And for 20 months I had to sit back and just let it go. And all that time I wondered, how was the card going? Fortunately, I couldn't get out there and get over and check on it like I used to. You know what the government did in that time I was gone? It did pretty much nothing. Nothing happened the whole time. There was very little progress, and here's the truth. When I came back, the card was pretty much comatose. It was dead in the water. And that's when I first started to wonder if the people in this government actually want this thing to work. And now I've finally decided that I don't think they really do at all. And what could have been so great for this country is now becoming heartbreaking. Because if this was really a trial, they would have done a proper study and they would have got the job done. And you would release that Adelaide University report, because you know what I do. It's going to have failings in it everywhere because you haven't done the job. I know it. And through the chair, I'm sure Senator O'Sullivan knows it. And that's really sad. And not because we want that report to look like that. It's just somehow you guys just stop putting effort into it. It's like Ceduna was the best thing, it was great. And then after that it just started to water down, it fell apart, it's fallen apart. They tell us why they think it makes sense to have this card in a few regional areas in the Northern Territory, but nowhere else. They'd have a reason for quarantine. They should have a reason for quarantining 80% of people's money in Ceduna, Harvey Bay and the Goldfields and the Kimberleys, but yet it's just 50-50, the money in the Northern Territory. They'd come out and they'd show us that they actually want to invest in making regional areas with the card prosper, and they'd put money into the jobs that people need in those areas, and they'd find a way to get people off welfare and into work. None of that's happening. And none of that, I mean, we're 5 years, we're coming into 6 years next year since we started. And this is the thing, no matter how much promise this card has, it won't work without a government prepared to make it work. You can't go at 50%, you can't do half pregnant with this, it's 110%, it's nothing at all. And unfortunately, you just don't have that in you. You've lacked to show me that action. And for months, they've been trying to make it look like the card is paying out everything they promised. But in the truth, they've set the card up to fail. I just don't think if their hearts were in it in the first place, that's great, but they're certainly not there anymore. And if they really cared about making the CDC work, they would have done more to help people get off welfare and into a good job and a good life, because that was the promise of the card. That was the hope. The card was to give people hope to be able to change their lives around, to get out of the conditions they've been living in for years. to get them off welfare. They would have given them something to strive for, and they would have given them that carrot. That carrot. That's the answer. You've had the stick out for so long now. It's like you forgot to pull the carrot out of the ground. It's still sitting there. And that in itself has become really, really sad. And as hard as this is for me, because like I said, I have seen some difference, but because you just didn't put the effort in over there, and that effort dwindled as each year went past, this card's just not worth it anymore, because every time you promise me you're going to do this and you're going to do that, over the 5 years you didn't deliver. And that's why this card has failed. It's failed because you would not deliver. You had this man over here, Sendo Sullivan, I told you 18 months, this is the man that built the jobs. He worked on it for 10 years and you sat him on the sidelines. There was your first hope. You had people that know this card that could have made a difference really quickly, and for 18 months you've still sat him on that sideline. So for me to think that you're actually going to make any difference after 5 years of asking for things to make the difference, I just don't believe you anymore.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Chisholm. Senator Wong.
Just by leave, Acting Chair, I'm not sure if Senator Lambie is finished. I'm just wondering if she wanted us to seek leave for a couple more minutes, if she wishes to finish up, or is she right? No worries.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Madam Acting Deputy President. And Senator Lambie is often a hard act to follow, and I think particularly when she finds that way to combine some of her own personal experiences with some of the current day challenges we're facing in the chamber. And I think tonight we've seen another example of that. But what it does do, and what Senator Lambie's speech has done, it actually has mirrored some of the experiences that I've found when I've been out in the electorate of Hinkler, which is those Bundaberg, Hervey Bay communities that have been part of a trial site that I, as a Labor senator, happen to be the duty senator for that area. And I've spent plenty of time there since they have been a trial site. I've held community forums in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay where anyone is allowed to come along, and I've also had Linda Burney, the Labor Shadow Minister, with me as well, where we've gone up there and heard from those people. And I can't help but come back, and I'll make some broad statements before I talk about some of the local examples that I've seen and the people I've met and the stories that they have told, is that at the end of the day, when you look at the application of this legislation, is that it is racist, it's discriminatory, it stigmatises those impacted, and it divides communities like those of Hervey Bay and Bundaberg. And what is shameful is that not one National has come into this chamber and defended it. Not one National has spoke in this chamber and defended this legislation. The seat of Hinkler has been held continuously by the National Party for 27 years. They've been the member for Hinkler as being a National Party. Yet not one of them has come in and defended this. And just as shameful, we've only had one Liberal who's been prepared to come in and defend this. I don't know Senator O'Sullivan well, but I believe his sincerity when he talks about what he has done in this. But this is the party of freedom, the party of choice, individual choice. They say that when they've allowed young people early access to the superannuation, that it's their money. But not with this. Not with this and the way they treat those people in Hinkler, those people of Hervey Bay and Bundaberg, the way they treat those people in remote Cape York, the way they want to treat those people in remote Northern Territory and some of those other communities. It's not freedom of choice for them. It's not their money when it comes to this. They're going to be treated differently and restricted, and it has a massive impact. The member for Hinkler, his own electorate is the most impacted, so it is the biggest trial site, did not even speak on this legislation. That will become permanent if it passes. He did not even speak on this legislation. So I'm going to focus the substance of my speech on Queensland and the impact of the card on Bundaberg and Hervey Bay. But I have also in recent times visited those communities that will be impacted in the Cape. So some of those communities that are currently on the basics card at the moment. As I said, I've held community meetings in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, along with Shadow Minister Burney, and we met with anyone who wanted to come along and tell us their story. And some of the service providers who've been dealing with the fallout in those communities, we've held roundtables for them as well. And I want to tell some of their stories tonight. But let's bust some myths. One of the myths is that communities were consulted. The communities of Hervey Bay and Bundaberg were not consulted. The member for Hinkler still won't meet with those that have been impacted by this decision. He refuses to meet constituents. I've had them talk to me. They cannot get a meeting with their local member. But the fact is that none of these communities of Bundaberg and Hervey Bay were consulted. This was imposed on them from up high. There was no consultation on the ground. The government have not even tried to evaluate this card before pressing ahead to make it permanent. It has led to a thriving black market, particularly in those Indigenous communities, and many of those have been impacted as a result. And the government promised more support for social services. I know in Hinkler it took more than 2 years for the government to actually deliver on that. So they imposed the card, but they didn't actually give the wraparound services, and this is what some of what Senator Lambie went to actually provide those support for people who did need help, who did have addictions or did have substance abuse issues that they wanted to get off. They provided none of those extra wraparound services to those people. So the truth behind the government's plan is laid bare. It's actually a big rollout of the cashless debit card, and it is coming permanently. How can they say they're going to treat the community of Hinkler different from Brisbane or any other city? Why should those people be treated differently? Why should those Indigenous communities be treated differently? It is a nonsense, and that is something that the government have no doubt planned. So this seeks to remove the trial site parameters and establish the cashless debit card as an ongoing program. So it will add the Northern Territory, Cape York, so changing from the basics card to the CDC, and it will mean that those communities of Bundaberg and Hervey Bay will be on the card permanently. Before introducing the new law to make this trial permanent, Senator Ruston hadn't even read the report by the University of Adelaide, which was looking into the effectiveness of this trial before launching into a big permanent rollout of the cashless debit card. How arrogant has this performance been from this government? The study cost $2.5 million, and the government wasn't even prepared to read the results before considering the rolling out the card. The LNP obviously don't want to read the report before they made the card permanent. As it has been reported that the trial found no substantive impact on measures of gambling, drug and alcohol abuse, crime or emergency department presentations. Dr Luke Greenacre, one of the authors of the University of Adelaide report, also found that we have shown the CDC policy to have had no substantive effect on available measures for the targeted behaviours of gambling and intoxicant abuse. It has been reported that the government has now spent $4.8 million on evaluations, but so far all have failed to produce credible evidence to support claims of effectiveness, efficiency nor suitability. ANU researcher Elise Klein, in her submission to the committee inquiry into the legislation, the government had claimed that it would help with youth unemployment, but this doesn't bear out in reality. Since the trial period beginning in late 2018, there hasn't been an improvement in unemployment or youth unemployment, especially when you look at similar communities like Gympie compared to Bundaberg and Hervey Bay. So for those that don't know, Gympie is about an hour and a half drive away from Bundaberg and Hervey Bay in regional Queensland. In June 2018, the unemployment rate for Bundaberg Local Government Association was 9.5%. Fraser Coast, which is Hervey Bay, was 10.7%, and Gympie was 8.9%. In December 2019, they were 7.6%, 8.8% and 7%. So despite the fact the trial had been running for a year and a half, there was no significant statistical difference between the towns on the cashless debit card of Bundaberg and Hervey Bay compared to Gympie, which is a comparable town nearby. The unemployment rate in the Wide Bay labour market region of Bundaberg, Hervey Bay, Maryborough and Gympie has stayed high. In September 2018, the unemployment rate for people between 15 and 34 was 10.9%. In December 2019, it had increased to 13.8%. So in a similar period, the Brisbane rate had dropped by over 1%. So when we're talking about youth unemployment, so those people impacted by the community in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, they'd actually seen an increase in youth unemployment rate through the period of the trial of the cashless welfare card before COVID had hit. So since January 2010, the average unemployment in Wide Bay for 15 to 34-year-olds has been 14.6%. So for too long this area has had a high level of youth unemployment, but what the government have done with the cashless welfare trial has seen no change to a high youth unemployment rate through that region. So there's no evidence to say that the cashless debit card has had any impact on youth unemployment through the trial sites. And then I wanted to talk about the forums I held in Hinkler. I repeatedly heard the emotional toll the card was having on those impacted. I heard from Jodie, who shared her story. Jodie has been forced on the card. She actually travelled from Bundaberg to Hervey Bay to share her story with me in November 2019. I've spoken previously in the chamber of how Jodie suffers from chronic pain from her arthritis and prolapsed discs. She doesn't drink or gamble and was applying to opt out of the trial. In July this year, they rejected her application to opt out after 9 months of waiting. This caused her to have a stress-induced heart attack caused by long-term severe stress. She couldn't include this in her review of the decision and has been forced to make a new opt-out application. We heard from a mother who was almost unable to see her son's school concert performance because she couldn't get the cash out to buy a ticket. It was only a Good Samaritan who handed the mother the cash to pay the entry to gain access to watch her son perform. The fact it limits people's ability in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay to visit local fresh food markets to buy fruit and vegetables off local stores, of which the Bundaberg and Fraser Coast region is so renowned for having such good access to fresh fruit and vegetables, they're missing out on that opportunity. And there were countless stories of people missing rent payments because Inju had miscategorised the payment as rent, meaning the actual rent bill came, there wasn't enough money for it in the real account to pay the rent. We heard from people in shops that had been abused and shamed for having the CDC card. One person had taken the step to put a cover on her card so that it wasn't obviously a cashless debit card, so that she wouldn't be targeted when actually paying for people and stigmatised as a result. It's clear that these residents and the government and their local member, Keith Pitt, the member for Hinkler, wasn't listening to their concerns. None of those extra services, none of those focus on jobs that Senator Lambie talked about have taken place in Hinkler to give them a chance for this to thrive. And then I raised the lack of access to support services. Hinkler was promised $1 million in extra funding for support services. It took the government over 2 years to grant the local funding. So they said that this was going to be part of the proposal, but it took them 2 years to actually deliver the extra support services that was so much needed in an area that has such high youth unemployment and has for such a period of time. In September 2019, I called on the government to stand up and keep their end of the bargain to the community. After 2 years of neglecting to fund these services, it still took a few more months for them to actually deliver on this. There's no doubt that this bill is the thin end of the wedge of the cashless debit card. We know that there are LNP MPs out there who have called for the national rollout of the cashless debit card. Senator Canavan was on the news yesterday doing the same. In February, we saw Senator Rushton say that there was absolutely a case to introduce the cashless welfare card in major cities, given the results of trials in Bundaberg, Hervey Bay in Queensland, Ceduna in South Australia and the Kimberley region of Western Australia. This was the quote: "The reason we haven't done it in the major cities is because we need to deal with the technology issue, which we are now close to resolving," she told the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age. So there is no doubt the trajectory of this legislation, what the government wanted to achieve if they are able to do it. We know the Senate estimates established that they had a working group with big banks and supermarkets to look at how this could be rolled out across Australia. We know that those receiving DSP are on the cashless debit card, and it's only a matter of time before this is reduced. There's no doubt that the government think that beating up on welfare recipients is good politics for them. They've made an art form out of it since the Howard government 20 years ago. But it is an opportunity for us here in the Senate tonight to say no more, to say that targeting, the stigmatising, the dividing Australians and targeting those people on welfare will not actually pass this Senate tonight. Labor will oppose this bill, and we will continue to stand up to the government's efforts to actually roll this out across Australia. I know from the work I have done in Hinkler over a number of years now to know that this doesn't work. It divides communities, and it is not the answer to problems that need fixing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. This is a quote from a member of the other place, from Bridget Archer MP, member for Bass in Tasmania, a member of the government, a member of the Liberal Party of Australia and a vocal opponent of the cashless welfare card. These are her words, not mine. And I quote, "Whenever you approach a human problem by inciting shame and guilt, you have already lost those that you are seeking to help." She went on to say, "The rhetoric that surrounds social security and systems like income management plays into the very worst of human nature. We're essentially inviting people to look at their fellow Australians as something other or less than." Miss Archer also said in her speech, "That's not the Australia that I want to live in." End quote. Well, it's not the country that I want to live in either. But Miss Archer is part of the government. She's in a position where she could have actually done something about stopping this insidious demonising of welfare recipients. But unfortunately for our country, Miss Archer was too spineless to match her words with action and abstained from voting on the bill today in the House of Representatives. Yesterday. She just didn't show up. She wasted her vote. She could have crossed the floor. If she had voted no to the bill would have been defeated. Instead, she amply demonstrated the Prime Minister's shameless practice of being all announcement, no action, and there for the photo op, not for the follow-up. And I note that Miss Archer has a quotation under her photograph on her personal Facebook page. It says, "Fear is a reaction, courage is a decision." Well, by her decision to waste her vote, not to show up and vote according to her convictions, Miss Archer has shown no courage, only fear. She's chosen cowardice over courage, gutlessness over conviction, a lack of resolve that has sold out tens of thousands of Australians. Her actions do, however, give us all a very clear picture of just how much opposition there is to this bill on the government's backbench. Mr Pearce, the member for Braddon, the electorate right next door to Miss Archer's, has said that the cashless welfare card isn't coming to his neighbourhood, so it's not a problem for him to support it being legislated. He's quite happy to sell out the tens of thousands of Australians as long as it doesn't come to his backyard. But the question I have is, will it? He will keep his head in the sand, his hand over his ears, and look the other way. He voted for the bill 3 times. More fool him. Because who is next, I wonder? Age pensioners? Those on disability support payments? Youth allowance? Watch out, Tasmania. And Mr Pearce and Miss Archer will be held responsible for bringing the cashless debit card to Tasmanian shores. There are 5,087 people on the disability support pension in Bass and 6,590 in Braddon. There are 7,888 Tasmanians in Bass on JobKeeper and 7,034 in Braddon. There are 1,220 young people on youth allowance in Bass and 1,064 in Braddon. And on the age pension, 14,653 in Bass and 16,739 in Braddon. Thousands of Tasmanians who have every right to be in fear today and every day that we have a Liberal government in this country. That's over 70,000 people in the 2 electorates of Bass and Braddon who are on some form of social security payment and will hold Mr Pearce and Miss Archer to account. Miss Archer sold out her beliefs when she could have made a difference, a huge difference. And Mr Pearce, well, he's simply not listening and not doing his job. And surprise, surprise, what do we see on the news yesterday? Senator Canavan calling for a national rollout of the cashless debit card. And so it begins. So there is no doubt that the Morrison government has a thinly veiled plan for the card's national rollout, potentially making life harder for millions of social security recipients and hurting local businesses. This is how unhinged the Morrison government's ideology has become. Despite a clear indication from people in our communities that they do not want the card, despite their own backbenchers thinking it's a stupid, cruel idea, despite a total lack of evidence that the card does anything other than humiliate and demean the people forced to use it, they persist with their rampant ideology to torment and diminish welfare recipients. So let's make this very clear. The Morrison government's cashless debit card policy is based on ideology, not evidence. There simply is no evidence that the cashless welfare card imposed on communities has a positive effect. It is a weapon for disempowerment. It is a weapon to diminish Australians who are already doing it incredibly tough. Since the start of the recession, the number of people receiving unemployment payments has doubled to 1.6 million. Those people thrown onto unemployment by the Morrison recession deserve our support. They deserve a comprehensive plan for jobs and retraining. They do not deserve this kind of ritual humiliation fed by a barking mad ideological bent. This is about tormenting people to the point where they are too frightened to go into a Centrelink office, to the point where they will resort to almost anything, including prematurely accessing their own superannuation in order to avoid going anywhere near Centrelink. The anxiety, the degradation, the stigma, that's what they fear. This government, the Morrison government, should be ashamed that they have allowed this climate to thrive in our country. I note also, and importantly, that this bill and the government's cashless debit card policy is racially discriminatory. The bill would place over 34,700 people on the cashless debit card permanently. Over 23,500, or 68% of them, have identified as First Nations Australians. And this from a government, from a Prime Minister who had the gall, the absolute gall, to stand in our parliament in February of this year and talk about a new approach to closing the gap that is built on a partnership with First Australians, on giving back responsibility, on approach of listening, of empowering. Those were his words. That's what he said. The hypocrisy of it. The bill is appalling, inhumane and racially discriminatory in effect. It is part of an ongoing and relentless attack on some of the most vulnerable in our community, those living below the poverty line and struggling to make ends meet. At its heart, it impinges on the rights and freedoms of people on social security payments, particularly, as I have said, our First Nations people. And it reveals the twisted heart of this government, the Morrison government's ideology, seeking to further marginalise those on social security with the assumption that recipients are to blame, that they're to blame for their circumstances. High unemployment rates and dependence on social security has everything to do with this government's history of a negligent lack of economic policies for job creation. In Launceston in late 2019, at the Senate inquiry into the adequacy of New Start and associated payments, I heard from recipients who were brave enough to talk about their experience on what was then called New Start. Deborah was physically ill and, having worked for 35 years in manufacturing, had been forced to live on her redundancy before then accessing welfare payments. Despite her years of experience, she could not get a job interview. Her words were, and I'll quote, "Frankly, I'm scared about what's going to happen to me. I feel people like me deserve to be treated with some respect for our contribution to our country and to be able to keep some dignity, and not to be reduced to the poverty line and to be forgotten about. We paid our taxes and we deserve better," she said. And now, because of this recession, there are twice as many Deborahs out there, scared and struggling with the system. The vicious determination of this government's multi-pronged attack on welfare recipients is more evident than ever before. Humiliate them, terrify them with false and illegal debts, with robo-debt, starve them, drug test them, and now deny them the right to make choices about how to manage their money. My office has been approached by a constituent who moved from interstate, from an area that is currently part of the cashless welfare card trial, a trial that the government now seeks to make permanent, concerned that he had to stay on the card that was imposed on him. He has sole custody of his 2 children, and unfortunately the card followed him when he moved to Tasmania. He had no choice and he had no say. Given that 80% of his pension is quarantined, he struggles to provide lunch and pocket money to his kids. He is also constrained in accessing local farmers' markets. Purchasing second-hand goods like school uniforms and books for his children that can't participate in school banking. It's difficult to send his kids to school on special days that require a gold coin donation. In Tasmania, we have a great tradition of country markets and roadside honesty stores. Some of the best, cheapest and freshest produce that you can buy will be from a small stand at your neighbour's gate. Except he can't do that. He must go to the supermarket because the card that quarantines his income has to be spent at big supermarkets. He's constantly frustrated in trying to live on a tiny income and give his children the best life that he can. He's constantly humiliated when trying to explain to his children and community why he and his children can't fully participate in what he might see as normal and desirable activities. In 2019, the Senate Committee inquiry heard from academics, community groups, economists and researchers that demonstrated there is no independent, rigorous evaluation of the trial sites that indicate the card is effective in reducing social harms. And the Morrison government hasn't even waited for the findings of the review from Adelaide University they then commissioned before deciding to make the card permanent. And there's been little or no consultation in the communities in which this bill will have the greatest effect. The government literally has no interest in hearing from those that they wish to impose the sanctions on. Will this government and those opposite admit that this bill is simply another way to demonise and shame those on social security payments, to kick those in the community who are already down? If this government truly believes their mantra that the best form of welfare is a job, then the best get about making a decent plan to create those jobs. That way people who are trying to do their best to make ends meet, to provide for their children, to gain employment in the midst of a recession, can actually get on with living their lives and live with dignity, instead of worrying about the punitive measures that the Morrison government is going to take against them next.
Senator Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy. And I do also rise tonight to oppose this cashless debit card legislation. It is racist and it takes away people's basic human rights. And I've listened to a lot of the contributions that have been made in this place today and yesterday, and I certainly wish to associate my remarks with those of Senator McCarthy and Senator Dodson and Ms Linda Burney from Barton, the member for Barton, in the other place. And I've heard those opposite accuse us of being emotional of missing the point. Because we live in the city, perhaps we don't understand. Well, that's just bunkum. I've participated in nearly every single cashless debit card inquiry, whether it was a reference inquiry or whether it was a legislation inquiry, and I've heard very little evidence. I've heard no research that supports the rollout of this card. And in fact, what we've done across this country is trick those people who are currently stuck on the cashless debit card because they believe they are on a trial site. We've heard much about the trial in the northwest of Western Australia, in the Kimberley and Kununurra and the East Kimberley. We've heard a lot about the trial site in Ceduna. So emboldened were those opposite that they put in a sham trial in Kalgoorlie. And who did we hear from in that inquiry? Mainly local government. Do they deliver services? No, they do not. Do they police the local communities and towns? No, they do not. Do they provide welfare? No, they do not. They just had a feeling about the antisocial behaviour in their town, and somehow it would be fixed by this cashless debit card. When those opposite decided to roll the card out in Hervey Bay, in Bundaberg, a trial site, guess where we had the hearing? Did we have it in Queensland? No. So gutless were those opposite the Morrison government. We had it in Perth, in Western Australia, is where we held that inquiry, not Hervey Bay. And we heard from people on the phone who were having this card imposed upon them. And guess what? The government, in its wisdom, decided they'll start with a brand new trial there and put everyone under 35 on it. So we've got all these different so-called trials happening across this country. And then all of a sudden we hear that suddenly we're going to take the Cape York trial, the Cape York card, and make that permanent. Now that operates entirely differently. And where did we hold that inquiry? Did we go up to Cape York? No. Once again we didn't. We held it in a capital city. And I think we had something like 2 or 3 hours to investigate that card from memory. And in fact, this latest card, this latest bill, we had, I think, a 2 or 3 hour inquiry. That is it. We're rolling this card out. No longer are we ever going to pretend it's a trial because it was a sham to suggest it was a trial. We're just going to roll it out and we're not going to consult with anyone. And not only that, we're going to scoop up thousands of people in the Northern Territory, and we're going to scoop up those in Cape York, where we've got very different processes in place. And have we consulted with people in the Northern Territory, with First Nations people in the Northern Territory? No, we have not. We had a 3-hour telephone hookup with officials in Canberra and those of us that participated, like me, coming in from all across the country. I heard those opposite say we'd never been to the country. Well, I've held public meetings, like Senator Chisholm. I held a public meeting in Kalgoorlie. So alarmed was I, so concerned was I about the emails I was getting from participants who were affected. Do you know what? That was a public meeting. We had One Nation members there, elected members in the state parliament in Western Australia at that meeting. The council was at that meeting, and so were a lot of card holders. And they told me the stories that you've heard in this chamber tonight. They told me how their rent had been messed up by the card. The grandmothers who liked to give their kids money for lunch couldn't do that anymore. We heard about the woman who just wanted to pay her kids' sports footy fees that she paid in cash, and they didn't have any other way to pay the fees. She couldn't do that anymore. We had a woman who had very severe anxiety problems, who had prided herself on the way that she had managed her money all of her life, and suddenly that was ripped away from her. And we know that people on low incomes juggle their incomes. A bit of money here for this payment. If I delay that another week, I can pay this payment. I heard all of those stories in Kalgoorlie. And the Morrison government has taken that away from people by imposing the card. And then what does the government rely on in its majority report? Because make no mistake, for those of people listening in, if it's a legislation inquiry, the Morrison government has the numbers, and they talk about the majority report. We had a newsagent in Kalgoorlie come and tell us anecdotally how suddenly, because of the card, things were better outside her shop, and the government somehow trades on that. We heard the government rely on the Orima research, which has been absolutely discredited. Imagine walking up to someone on the street and saying, "Oh, excuse me, are you on the cashless debit card? We'd like to ask you about your drinking." That's exactly what they did. No baseline data, nothing. You'll hear tonight the minister quote these wonderful figures out of Kalgoorlie. What you won't hear the minister say is the West Australian government put significant additional police resources in that town, and that's why crime went down. Nothing to do with the cashless debit card. You won't hear tonight from the minister that in Kununurra kids are going hungry. Kids are breaking into houses. What you'll hear is that one Aboriginal leader now, one only, supports a trial, and he'll tell you every time he comes before a Senate inquiry that it's just one thing that he thinks worth trying. He doesn't believe this is going to fix all our problems. And where did this idea come from? Was it a well-researched idea backed up with academic evidence? No. It came from a billionaire based in WA. It was an idea of Twiggy Forrest. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll control people's money. And because he's got money and power and privilege, he was able to just walk in to Mr Howard at that time and put this idea on the table. And then he was given the opportunity to go out and talk to people. How outrageous, when we've got academic after academic after academic in this country that have done social research for many years who are simply overlooked because they don't have the power or the privilege that brings access for Mr Twiggy Forrest. Now, I've got nothing wrong with him. Good on him if he's made a buck. Good on him. But that does not entitle him to set social policy in this country. And I've been to Broome, and I've spoken to women caught up in this card. Women who don't drink, who don't gamble, who've worked all their lives, suddenly find themselves unemployed and caught up on the cashless debit card. And we've all talked about those stories tonight. We can't all be wrong on this side of the chamber. Some of what we're saying must be true. And what you are about to do tonight, if crossbenchers support the Morrison government, is to bring into place a racist discriminatory card on these so-called trial sites in Western Australia, in South Australia and in Queensland, and you haven't even ever had the decency to say to those people, hey, guess what? There's no end in sight for you now. This is your lot. And in addition to that, we're going to impose it in the Cape York and in the Northern Territory, where something like 60% of people caught up on that card are First Nations people. This is racist legislation, and shame on you, opposite. Shame on you. And I was given a piece of research tonight by a PhD student who spent 12 months at Sejuna. That person says harm from alcohol and drugs remain an issue for people. That person says violence has remained the same or increased as the cashless debit card limits access to cash. This research says it includes extreme examples of prostitution, which we've heard before from Sejuna, and violent arguments over money. She's found further that violence and abuse is not reported to police because of the distrust and fear. We know that the cashless debit card is not helpful in gaining employment. In fact, it is a disincentive because people lack the ability to have cash. And we know the need for social support has increased. We've got the research. Well, we don't have it. We understand the minister has got the research that the government commissioned from the University of Adelaide, $2.5 million on a piece of research that's obviously never going to see the light of day. Well, I wonder why that is. Maybe because the stark truth that those of us on this side of the chamber have been speaking tonight is laid bare in that research, and that is that the cashless debit card does not work. And each and every one of you over there that votes for this piece of legislation tonight, I hope you are held to account. I hope you do go to Bundaberg, Sejuna, Kimberley, the Northern Territory, Cape York, and front the people on whose lives you are doing harm. But I don't think so. If you can't be bold enough to hold an inquiry to push the cashless debit card onto people in Bundaberg, if you can't go there and hold the inquiry, well, what hope is there if you have to have the inquiry in Perth, which of course means people can't participate other than by phone? And it is time you stop pretending that this card works. In the Kimberley, we do not have the wraparound services that were promised, and the community has told you over and over again what they need. I'm sure Senator Dodson will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we only have one sobering-up shelter, and that's in Broome. It's a very long way from Kununurra, and maybe if you live in the cities on the eastern seaboard you don't appreciate that. But it's not something you can just pop down to, and it's certainly almost impossible if you rely on the cashless debit card. So for the crossbenchers, if any of you are wavering tonight, I urge you to listen to the speeches that have been made in here about this racist card, about this card that has not worked, of trial sites that have been trial sites for way too long with no proper evaluation, and that we are now being incredibly dishonest to those thousands of people caught up on this card because we're implementing it without any consultation. I don't know what is going to happen in the Northern Territory when people's cards and what's being accessed has suddenly changed. I know Senator McCarthy went into some of that today. But you need to have the courage of your convictions. It is not too late to back out of this card. It's racist, it's unfair, it impacts people's human rights, and it should be put in the bin where it belongs.
Thank you, Senator Lyons. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on Social Security Administration Amendment Continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020 in the context of some very moving speeches by those on this side of the chamber and on the crossbench. Well, the first thing I think you should do when you're legislating is to talk to the people who might be affected, who are affected by the legislation. There's nothing more basic to our jobs than that. But this Morrison government has demonstrated its complete disinterest in listening to the people who would be affected by their legislation to lock in the cashless debit card that has been trialled in recent years. And the context for this failure to listen particularly matters when it comes to this legislation, because this isn't just more Morrison government power-grabbing, centralisation of government and paternalism, although it is all of those things. It's not just more arrogant, we know better than you, although it is certainly that. it is that this legislation comes in the context of generations of paternalism towards First Nations people in this country. Generations of disempowerment. So when the Morrison government chooses not to listen to First Nations people about something that deeply affects them, they are throwing back to an attitude that we all hoped this government in this country moved past with the national apology in 2008. An attitude that says government knows better than the people it serves. The smugness that says government can manage some people's lives better than they can manage it themselves. The same superiority that let government think they were noble for stealing children from their parents. And those opposite seem to have learnt nothing from their history, because they don't think they don't have to. They think their smugness is worth more than facts and evidence. They think they know better than the sum of our own history. And so, to paraphrase a famous saying, they are condemning First Australians to repeat it. Isn't it interesting how those opposite purport to be the party that gets out of people's lives, the party of small government, and yet they want to reach into the lives of thousands of First Australians in designated areas and control nearly every decision they make, and somehow this is supposed to be for their own good. But you know, there is no other community in Australia where those opposite would tolerate such a proposition. They wouldn't tolerate it for any other Australian who needed help from their government. And if we're honest, we'll recognise the vast majority of us in this country have help from government in one form or another at some point in our lives, and we never face the level of disempowerment when we do that our First Nations brothers and sisters do. We're still trusted to make decisions in our own best interests from the choices available to us. So you've heard tonight a great deal of disappointment, frustration, anger, sadness with those opposite. And I especially have criticisms of those who purport to be moderates inside the Liberal Party, because they would never propose legislation like this for non-Indigenous Australians, but they're fine with it for Indigenous Australians. And I ask them, doesn't it concern you at all to hear from Indigenous Australians about what this legislation means for them? Doesn't it concern them at all to hear the ways in which their cashless debit card can trap women in unsafe situations of family violence? Does it not concern them all at all to hear from witnesses at the Senate inquiry on this legislation, such as Olga Havnan from the Denali Dilba Health Service in the Northern Territory, who said, "There is absolutely no credible evidence that income management has made any significant improvement to any of the key indicators of well-being, child health, birth weights, failure to thrive and child protection notifications and substantiations. There are no improvements in school attendance, and nothing we can see would suggest there has been a reduction in family or community violence." So why is the government proceeding with this legislation? Let's remember the Prime Minister's lofty words when he talked about closing the gap. He said, "To rob a person of their right to take responsibility for themselves, to strip them of responsibility and capability to direct their own futures, to make them dependent is to not deny them their liberty, and slowly that person will wither before our eyes." And yet this legislation in his government's name will do exactly that. I cannot understand why this government flat-out refuses to take on board what people affected by this legislation have to say about it. Why do they insist they know best when the evidence proves they don't? Why do they insist on repeating the mistakes, indignities and outrages of the past? Why do they insist on treating our first Australians as second-class Australians? And why do they continue to spurn the generosity of our first Australians? You know, I am constantly saddened by the asymmetry of what First Australians ask of the rest of us compared with what has been and is taken from them. And I'm not talking purely about our history, I'm talking about our present. How little some in this place are prepared to give, even when it costs them nothing. It costs them nothing to demonstrate respect and inclusion by displaying the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags here in this chamber. But those opposite won't. It costs them nothing to support Senator Dodson's call for a Senate Select Committee into Makarrata. But they won't. Have you no shame? This is a man who spoke of hiding in the grass so he was not taken away in his first speech, and he extends the hand of reconciliation and you turn your back. It costs nothing for those opposite to denounce the racist interjections from their own side, but they won't, and they didn't today. It costs them nothing to listen to First Australians, but they don't. And it costs so little, nothing, for those in the Morrison government who purport to be moderate to actually do something helpful for race relations and reconciliation in this country, but they don't. Instead, they put forward legislation like this, proven to waste taxpayers' money with its inefficiency and effectiveness. So often they are allowing decisions about First Australians to be driven by the most extreme elements amongst the coalition. And I say to those self-described moderate senators, if you could summon one fraction of the courage that Senator Dodson, Senator McCarthy, Ms Burney or other First Nations members of this parliament would have to summon every single day, you know, we might actually get somewhere. But they won't summon that courage because all the evidence points to an embarrassing reality. They don't have the courage to summon. They just cede the ground to the hardliners and extremists in their party. And they let their chapter in Australian history be written for them. And it will be a tragic coda to the history that has already been written, a history for which this parliament has already once apologised. For so many of the reasons articulated tonight, and by those we are privileged to have in our caucus, Labor opposes this bill. I turn now briefly to the second reading amendments. First, obviously, Labor's second reading amendment, which we have moved and has been circulated, goes to the fundamental flaws in what the government is proposing here tonight. 13 years after the intervention, inflicting compulsory income management on thousands and thousands of people across the Northern Territory simply hasn't worked. We believe the bill should be abandoned and the government should instead invest in local jobs, scrapping the CDP and replacing it with a program that gives local communities control and making sure there are services and opportunities, not just punishment. I also indicate on behalf of the opposition, Labor will be supporting the Green second reading amendment to the bill. As has been said by many of my colleagues, we believe this is a racially discriminatory policy that is not based on evidence and that is being imposed on communities without consent or consultation. Finally, on Senator Patrick's second reading amendment, Labor will not be supporting this amendment. We do not believe we should be picking and choosing who this card is imposed upon, dividing Australians into the deserving and undeserving. This card is being foisted upon many in the name of social issues faced by a minority. We do not believe this card should be rolled out generally, and therefore it shouldn't just be pensioners who are excluded. The reality is the bill already does extend, in its current form, the cashless debit card to pensioners, and that there are already pensioners subject to compulsory income management. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise this evening to speak on this bill that continues our commitment to improve our welfare system and deliver a real difference to the lives of Australians. This bill, the Social Security Administration Amendment Continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020, allows for the continuation of the cashless debit card in existing sites and provides for the transition of income management participants across the Northern Territory and the Cape York region to the cashless debit card. The government thanks the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee for its report on the bill. The committee published a report on the 17th of November and recommended that this bill be passed. The report identified that the cashless debit card program is delivering significant benefits for the community where it operates. The program has the objective of reducing social harm caused by excessive alcohol, gambling and drug use, and helps welfare recipients with their budgeting strategies and encouraging socially responsible behaviour. I want to spend a moment taking the chamber back to where this all started, because when we consider why this card was put in place, there can be no doubt about why it is so important to continue with this program. In 2011, the South Australian coroner handed down a heartbreaking sleeping rough inquest into the deaths of 6 people in the state's far west coast. It found efforts to curb alcohol abuse in the region had not been successful and that it was having devastating impacts on individuals, their families and their communities. Indigenous community leaders approached the government and they said they were sick of their people dying because of alcohol. That is the reason the communities in the Ceduna region asked for the cashless debit card. It is clear to anybody who visits Ceduna now that the community has come a long way and there is a returned sense of pride in the region. The card is not a silver bullet. This government has been clear on that from the outset. But it's clear that it has provided a circuit breaker that, in tandem with wraparound support services and a lot of hard work within communities, it is making a difference. Across the 4 sites, card participants are spending more of their welfare payments on essential items for themselves and their families, such as paying bills, clothes, household goods and fuel. This is confirmed by our card usage data that shows that spending at supermarkets is up almost 35% and spending on household goods is up over 160%. Over the life of the program, over $125 million has been spent at businesses that sell groceries and food that could not be spent on restricted items like alcohol, drugs and gambling products. There have been more than a dozen evaluations of the CDC which have provided consistent evidence about welfare quarantining and the policies show decreases in drug and alcohol issues, decreases in crime, violence and antisocial behaviour, improvements in child health and wellbeing, improved family financial management, ongoing and even strengthened community support. I also want to put on the record that the government is not interested in telling people where to spend their social security payments. We have no issue with people having a beer or putting a punt on from time to time, which is exactly why there is a percentage of the payment that are exempt from quarantine. What this program seeks to do is to reduce spending on alcohol and gambling products which, when consumed in large quantities, cause significant social harm for individuals, their families and their communities. It is also the reason the government has been investing heavily in technology that sits around the cashless debit card. It is practically no different to the debit card that any one of us in this chamber has in our wallets. It can be used in more than 900,000 stores across the country, basically anywhere an EFTPOS machine is available. It is for this reason we are committed to transitioning income management participants in the Northern Territory and Cape York onto the cashless debit card. It provides income management participants with greater consumer choice and autonomy while reducing red tape for businesses. For example, it provides interest on participants' funds, gives access to new technology such as a contactless payment, provides greater choice where participants can shop and enables participants to know when and how their money is being used, just like you or I would do every day with our own bank cards. The government has trialled both income management through the Basics card and the cashless debit card in different communities to improve financial management and reduce harm. The government recognises that the Basics card, whilst effective, can restrict an individual's ability of choice. It is simply that, basic, and only works in around 16,000 stores that have signed up a merchant agreement with Services Australia. The government is disappointed that those officers are not willing to provide participants in the Northern Territory with the benefits of the cashless debit card, which is more user-friendly, works everywhere except when individuals try to purchase alcohol, gambling products, some gift cards or to withdraw cash at over 900,000 stores. I also want to correct claims from those officers who claimed that the cashless debit card is only targeted at Indigenous Australians. Across the 4 existing sites, about 34% of total participants are Indigenous. The card applies equally to all eligible welfare recipients and is in locations where it has been identified that people can support people, families and communities experiencing high levels of welfare, dependency and social harm. Anyone residing in locations where the cashless debit card operates and receiving an eligible payment will become a participant. You just have a look at the positive impacts the cashless debit card has had across the current 4 program areas, from reduction in drug and alcohol-related presentations in the emergency wards and less police call-outs late at night, through to a general feeling of improved safety on the streets in those towns. We cannot stand by and allow these communities to return to the levels of disadvantage and dysfunction that was so prevalent before their leaders had the courage to come to government and ask for the cashless debit card. As I've met with people on the cashless debit card across the country, many have told me how it's helped them improve their lives and helped them budget. business leaders, local Indigenous leaders, local government, police, from health officials, there is a consistent message: the card must stay. It's the view of these people who actually live in cashless debit card regions that we should be listening to and considering in this debate. I'd like to take this opportunity to read a joint statement from 8 community leaders: Ian Trust, Gina Erie, Robin Nolan, Corey McLennan, Tammy Williams, Maxine McLeod, John Bowler and Faye Whiffen, who provided the following statement for the support of the cashless debit card. This statement was prepared at the request of Senator Patrick, who I'm extremely disappointed to note has heard the feedback from the community leaders who have asked for this to continue and dismissed them. The statement reads as follows: We, the undersigned, support the passage of the Social Security Administration Amendment Continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020 to pass. In principle, we support the continuation of the CDC as an ongoing income management program to make the existing CDC trial sites permanent and to transition income management in the Northern Territory and Cape York region from the Basics card to the CDC. We agree to continue working together to support the Commonwealth Government in delivering the objectives of the CDC and identify that the ongoing implementation of the CDC should be underpinned by economically thriving, healthy and strong communities, a collective and culturally respectable voice on the positive impacts the CDC does and can have, enhanced technology to ensure CDC participants have access to a world-class cashless banking and payment experience, improved delivery of wraparound services to support CDC participants, improved financial literacy for CDC participants and the broader community. Since the introduction of the CDC, we have observed positive changes in our communities. Fewer vulnerable people have been harassed or humbugged. To hand over cash to others, more children are attending school, families have money to spend on groceries, and alcohol-fuelled violence has decreased. Our communities are safer. People are saying they have money they need to provide for the basics in life, such as buying clothes and food and paying rent and bills. We agree there are differences of opinions and the CDC is not perfect, but we are collectively committed to working with government to support the changes the CDC can bring about. We recognise and accept CDC model must continue to evolve in response to community needs, such as reflecting the importance of local authority by involving community elders in the decision-making process, and there is much work to be done to achieving the changes we so strongly want for our communities. In order to create stronger, safer and healthier communities now and for generations to come, we call upon our parliamentary representatives to pass the Social Security Administration Amendment Continuation of Cashless Welfare Bill 2020. End quote. I acknowledge those in this place who, as part of the consideration of this bill, have taken the time to visit these communities and hear from people this measure is impacting firsthand. Specifically, I'd like to thank Rebecca Sharkey, Senator Griff, Patrick Lambie and Hanson, who, despite not necessarily supporting the government's position, have decided and genuinely engaged on this issue. And to those who haven't, perhaps you should. I also undertake that the government's current support package in the existing sites will contain wraparound supports, and the government will continue to work with community leaders to identify the most appropriate way to target those supports. This bill gives 4 communities and the new region of Cape York further confidence about the government's commitment to reducing the devastating effects of the overuse of alcohol, drugs and gambling in these communities through this 2-year extension to the program. We must continue to support the communities that put their hand up and drive positive change and improved outcomes for vulnerable individuals within those communities. And finally, the government will not be supporting the second reading amendments that have been moved by the opposition and the Greens, because those amendments seek to destroy the very fabric of the purpose of this bill. The government will, however, be supporting Senator Patrick's second reading amendment in relation to the clarification that the age pension, veteran and service pensions are not included in the cashless debit card, with the exception of those who volunteer or who are referred by the Family Responsibility Commission, child protection workers, social workers or the Alcohol Mandatory Treatment Tribunal in the Northern Territory. I commend the bill to this chamber.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Dodson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes.
second reading. Stop the bells. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Dodson be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart-Teller for the ayes, Senator Brockman-Teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 28, noes 32. The matter is resolved in the negative. Now, I have several other second reading amendments. Senator Seward, if I could ask you to move yours before I can put it to a vote. Senator Seward.
I move the Greens' second reading amendment as circulated in the chamber.
So the question is the second reading amendment as circulated by Senator Seward be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Stop the bells. The question is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Seward be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart teller for the ayes and Senator Brockman teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 31. The matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Patrick, could I ask you to move your amendment, please?
Do you want me to do this now?
No, but Senator Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move my second reading amendment.
The question is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Patrick be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Stop the bells. The question is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Patrick be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Brockman-Teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart-Teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 27. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question is now that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Stop the bells. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Brockman-Teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart-Teller for the noes. system. The result of the division is ayes 31, noes 29. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The Clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Social Security Administration Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I think the ayes have it. We'll try that again. The question is that the bill stand as printed. We have debate on that question.
Amendment 1 on sheet TK 264.
Clerk. Order. Order. Do you have a point of order, Senator Lambie?
I'd actually like to know what the amendments are about. So, thank you.
The minister's going to speak to that. Minister.
Yep. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair. This amendment seeks to make the transition from the income management scheme in the Northern Territory from the Basics card to the cashless debit card a voluntary scheme. So it will allow those people that are currently on the Basics card in the Northern Territory who wish to transition to the cashless debit card to do so as a voluntary scheme. If they choose to remain on the Basics card, they will also be able to do that. The reason that the government has chosen to proceed with this is because we believe that when people in the Northern Territory are given the option between the advanced technology that is provided by the cashless debit card, that they will actually choose to take up this technology. But in a sign of commitment to this and the belief that we do believe this technology is improved, we are happy for the people.
I'm sorry, Minister. Please resume your chair. If I can't hear the minister, I'm sure others can't as well. If we could have some order, please. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Because we firmly believe that the cashless debit card will enable participants the opportunity to introduce the enhanced functionality and the increased flexibility that is offered by the cashless debit card. And so, on the basis that currently the income management system of the Basics card only allows participants to be able to transact at around 16,000 terminals, whereas the cashless debit card provides them with the opportunity to be able to do transactions at over 900,000 terminals around Australia. It enables them to be able to use online purchasing. In fact, they can use their card wherever an EFTPOS terminal exists, and the only thing that they will be restricted from being able to get access using this particular card alcohol, gambling products, some gift cards and access to cash.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I rise to indicate that the opposition will not be supportive of the government's amendments on TK 264, which involve two parts, I think. And I just want to take issue with one of the things the minister said, because she asserted that this would somehow make this all voluntary. Well, it isn't. It doesn't. It's a Hobson's choice between a grey card and a green card. That's what the amendment will effectively do. So Labor isn't supporting the government's amendment because it isn't making income management voluntary. What it is doing is simply providing a choice of a different coloured piece of plastic. So for the reasons that were well ventilated in the second reading debate, we do not support the government's amendments on TK 264.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Acting Chair. I just want to the basics cards itself, Minister. Can you tell me? I believe that's got a run-out date. That is actually will need to be re-voted on, or runs out, has an end-of-life date. When is that?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, the basics card is an ongoing measure. It is legislated as an ongoing measure. It actually has an instrument, and I'm actually holding the existing instrument in my hand. You know, can I just take the opportunity whilst I'm answering your question, Senator Lambie, to say I was a little tiny bit disappointed at Senator Wong's sort of accusation that somehow this is you know, entirely a choice between a silver card and a green card, as if I'm going out there and the government's going out there and saying you can have a silver card or a green card. I would remind those in this place that there was a bipartisan approach to this, and in fact the instrument that you're referring to, Senator Lambie, was actually signed by a member from the other place, Mrs Macklin, when she was the Minister for Families, Community Service, Indigenous Affairs and the Minister for Disability Reform. And so we would continue. In terms of this is the instrument as it relates to
Order.
the Northern
I can't hear the Minister.
Sorry, I'm probably quite finished, but I just wanted to put on the record that was the instrument was signed by Mrs Macklin back in that time. Senator Lambie, the instrument has a 10-year life. It was signed in 2012. A disallowable instrument will be introduced into this place in 2022 at the expiry of that 10-year period for this place to vote on again. But the measure of itself is an ongoing measure.
Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Oh, sorry. So let me get this right. So the cashless, the debit card itself, the cashless debit card, does that include it's on a 2-year trial in the Northern Territory as well? Or are you going to swap that straight over and that's going to have an instrument? I know it's only got 2 years. So I'm asking you, if they move over the cashless debit card in the Northern Territory, does that get 2 years as well? If that be the case, I'm going to encourage them to get over to it now, because they're not going to survive after the 2 years. That's what I want to know.
Minister.
Senator Lambie, the same situation exists in relation to whether it be the basics card or the cashless debit card. We haven't actually moved the amendment as yet in relation to the 2-year time limit on the cashless debit card. That is the next amendment. But for the purposes of effect, the cashless debit card or the basics card will still be affected by the same instrument as I just described, which will require which is a disallowable instrument that will be brought into this place in 2022.
Senator Lambie.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So let me get this right. So the CDC is ongoing in the Northern Territory, but it's on trial everywhere else in the country. Correct? That it's in those trial sites. It'll be on trial for 2 years, 2 further years. But in the Northern Territory, the CDC will be ongoing.
Minister.
Senator Lambie, the CDC extension that we're seeking to bring into effect by this legislation today
subject to, obviously, to the passage of the amendment that's coming up next, will be a two-year measure. If at the end of that 2 years the decision is not to continue with the cashless debit card, then the people in the Northern Territory will remain on income management because it's an ongoing measure, unless this parliament chooses at that time to disallow the instrument, and in disallowing the instrument, obviously there would be other impacts of that.
Senator Lambie.
So what happens if the basic card instrument is disallowed?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, the measure would expire.
If that happens, does that mean no cashless debit card?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, as I explained earlier, the extension to the cashless debit card that we're seeking to make with the next amendment that will be put before the chamber is for a 2-year extension on the cashless debit card. Income management, as it exists in the Northern Territory, has a number of measures that are contained within the instrument that are currently oversees or encompasses income management. This instrument to which you refer applies to some of them. Some of the other measures are actually not encompassed by this particular measure. So the ongoing measure of income management in the Northern Territory is subject to other legislation. What we are seeking to do today is to give the people in the Northern Territory the opportunity to be able to use a different technology. That income management that they are operating under remains the same. It's just that they will be able to use a different technology. It doesn't actually change the income management. Everything that applies to the existing basics card income management legislation remains in place as it was yesterday.
Senator Seward.
Thank you. So let's be clear here. They just won, the government just won the second reading vote here because Central Alliance didn't turn up. I'm naming it. Central Alliance did not turn up for the vote. Folks, and for those people listening to this debate, and I know there's many of them, we could have ended this 5 minutes ago with that vote. Central Alliance didn't even have the guts to come in here and vote with the government. They just did not turn up. So why is the government circulating these amendments? Because they've done a deal with Central Alliance, haven't you? Because you know that actually you won't win on the third vote unless you make these amendments, which, make no mistake, keep the cashless debit card running. For all those people that were listening tonight thinking they were going to be off this card because Central Alliance had said they didn't support it, are now hugely disappointed. Hugely disappointed. Let down. And the person who's made that decision didn't even have the guts to turn up here and face this Senate. So why, Minister, are you moving these amendments? Please name it.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy Chair. Before I respond to Senator Seward's question, can I also table the 2 supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the amendments that I'm currently in the process of moving?
Thank you.
Senator Seward, I acknowledge your position on this measure, and I respect your position on this measure. The reason the government has sought to move these 2 amendments,
Senator Thorpe, order.
I would have thought was fairly obvious. The fact that we absolutely stand by believing that the people of the Northern Territory, when given the choice as to whether to go onto this, to change the technology, and that really is all it is, Senator Seward, and I think you acknowledge it is nothing more than a change in the technology, that they will see the benefit. And I can tell you from first-hand experience. I mean, I spent a number of days in the Northern Territory earlier this year, and I went out to communities, Senator Seward, and I spoke
Senator Pratt,
to a lot
Senator
of people
Thorpe,
who were on the basics card. And I sat with them and I explained to them what the difference between the basics card and the CDC were, and almost without exception, the people said that I was speaking to, I would rather have the CDC than the basics card. It is absolutely an increase. This is not a debate about whether you have income management or not. It is merely a technology upgrade, and that is what this measure seeks to do, Senator Seward.
Senator Seward.
Of the Northern Territory were very clear. I read out a letter to Senator Patrick, in fact, and the crossbenchers this morning in my contribution to the second reading debate, which made it very clear that the Aboriginal organisations who represent thousands of Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory did not support the cashless debit card. They don't support compulsory income management. In fact, some organisations in the Northern Territory that originally supported compulsory income management have changed their position. Why are you bringing the government amendments that not only change the conversion to the cashless debit card in the Northern Territory to a voluntary position, but also no longer, and I've got to say, of course, I voted to get rid of the cashless debit card with that vote on permanency, but why are you suddenly changing your mind about permanency? Name it up. Name it up.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy Chair. Well, in relation to your comments around the amendment that's before the Chair, which is the Northern Territory voluntary opportunity to move from the basics card to the cashless debit card, I just want to be really clear. The amendment that is before the Chair is for the opportunity for people in the Northern Territory who are currently on the basics card to move to the CDC. It is nothing more, nothing less than that. In relation to the 2-year time frame that we've put on the extension of the existing sites, or of all of the CDC technology, the 4 existing trial sites, as well as the Cape York, I think there's been a lot of contributions in this place, Senator Seward, where people have expressed extreme disappointment that there is not strong empirical data, that there's not quantitative data. Much of the data that we have is qualitative, and some of it is even anecdotal, and that's why I spent the time going out and actually speaking to people in communities and asking them what they thought. Well, I did name some of them. I'll take that interjection. I'll take that interjection. In fact, if the senator would like to refer back to my second reading speech, I actually named a number of people who've written to me today from communities asking me for the continuation of the cashless debit card. But as I was saying, I did name them in my second reading speech, Senator Thorpe, and you're welcome to look at that. As I said, there has been, and I acknowledge there has, we do not have the kind of strong data, and I was frustrated as you are that we don't have the kind of data. I do have very strong data that you would refer to as qualitative, and so for that reason the government has listened to what has been said in this chamber, and we said, OK, during the next 2 years, over the next 2 years, Senator Seward, we will continue with the existing scheme, and during that time we will put in place an evaluation process, and I'll give the commitment to this chamber that the evaluation process and the outcomes of that will be released prior to any decision being requested. If this government happens to be here when the time expires, that will be released before the legislation is brought to this chamber.
Senator Seward.
Have you done a deal with Centre Alliance on this bill? And if so, what is it?
Minister.
Senator Seward, the deal that I did on this legislation was with the people that I spoke to, who asked me to continue this. The people of Ceduna who told me that their communities were better, safer, stronger, and we're moving forward because of this card and a number of other measures. I mean, I said in my second reading speech, and I will reiterate, this is not a silver bullet. It is one of a suite of measures that we are working with communities to put in place to assist them in their desire to be able to make improvements in their communities. These communities have asked the government to assist them with these measures.
Order. Senator Thorpe, I'd ask you to extend to other members of the chamber the courtesy they extend to you, please. Senator Lambie.
Thank you.
Order. Order.
I've been racially vilified all week.
Oh, please. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Acting Madam Deputy President. I don't actually agree with you over the basics card. And the reason I don't is because I spent quite a bit of time in Arnhem Land. I was quite disappointed that I would have thought by after nearly 10 years of being on that card they'd be quite acceptable with that. They were quite resistant to that, and they were not interested in going on a new card. Now, I guess these people are another 5 years ahead nearly of the trial site, of the main trial site in Ceduna. And if things were working in the community, it was not because of the damn card, it was because the community was making it work. So it was a hit and miss up there as well. And I've got a feeling through the chair that you may want to get up and say a few things. There were things that hadn't been delivered, and that card could have done so much well too. It could have done so much better and delivered so much better. But you put them on that basics card and you forgot about them. And this is the same pattern of behaviour that I'm seeing with the CDC, with the cashless debit card. So if that's anything to go on, and that's the most success that we can admit in 10 years, when really it actually hasn't had much of a bite, and some of these guys are on dry camps, that's great. The community's done that, not the card. Then I have to ask, the road you are travelling right now with that cashless debit card, you can keep doing it all you like, but unless you put in, it's going to end up like that. You're not going to get the results. No more jobs than what there was 8 or 9 years ago. They're still struggling to understand even the basics of the card. But I'm sure if someone else wants to get up and say something more about that, that's fine. What I would like to know, though, is we have the Northern Territory Credit Union. When does that start getting involved? When does that card? They're obviously going to have to pick up the cashless debit card. When has that deal been done? Is that ready to go?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. I can advise that we have signed an agreement with the traditional credit union in the Northern Territory to start working on the pathway for them to be an issuer of the card.
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President, Deputy President. Can I just put to the Minister a question around the organisations that you have spoken to now change, to bring in this amendment suddenly? Who are the organisations that you've spoken to in the Northern Territory?
Order. Minister.
Look, this matter has been discussed with a number of organisations, Senator McCarthy, but I'm going to have to take it on notice to be able to provide you the exact, because I'm actually just asking for the list of the people I've consulted with, and but as soon as I've got it, I'll put it on the record.
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you. You've just brought in this amendment now, and we have been working on your legislation since it was introduced into the House, went through the House, came to the Senate. You must have spoken to those organisations in the last hour, 2 hours. Surely you would know who you've spoken to in order to bring this amendment in so late now.
Minister.
Senator, my consultations in relation to this, this particular legislation have been ongoing now for over a year. I have listened to what people have had to say, and I have listened to what you've said in this place and others who have spoken in this place, and my decision to seek to make this amendment was on the basis of wide-ranging discussions that I've had, and I must admit I'm somewhat surprised that those opposite, after listening to the contributions that have been made by those opposite, that you appear not to be supportive of the proposal that's before the chair.
Senator McCarthy.
Well, I'm not sure how you could be surprised about my position, Minister, given all the statements I've said in the Senate on it. So you've said now that you're bringing in amendment to make this voluntary from the basics card to the cashless debit card, where earlier today it was about completely moving everyone, over 22,000 people, directly to the cashless debit card. You use the term voluntary, but if we all look at the definition of voluntary, it is about choice. People who are on income management in the Northern Territory are not there by choice. So there is no voluntary here. So who did you speak to in the last hour or two in order to bring this amendment in around what you perceive as being voluntary from the basics card to the cashless debit card?
Minister.
Yeah, I think I've already answered that question, Senator. But the voluntary nature of this amendment is, as you rightly point out, a voluntary decision to move from the basics card to the cashless debit card. That is the only thing that I was referring to when I was referring to it being voluntary.
Senator Lambie.
I'll shed some light on that for you if you like, so you know the truth. That was discussed last night with Central Alliance, and that is where that has come from. So I'm not quite sure. I'll be honest, because I'm not going to sit here and lie to the Australian people. And you know what? Shameful that you're doing that as well over something like this. Be honest. Be honest. You know, you haven't gone out and consulted about this. And yet I understand you wanted the Northern Territory for them to all to be on that. You didn't get away with that. You did the deal with Central Alliance, and you did that so you could give them the option. And good on Central Alliance for at least lowering it to that scale without making them all go on it. But that's exactly how it went down, and that's just over 24 hours ago. And I'm not going to sit here and... I'm sorry, I'm not doing this.
So the question is that the motion as moved by the Minister. Senator Wong.
So a couple of questions that arise out of these amendments. So I understand the amendment and the Minister's explanation of it. This actually envisages a parallel system in the Northern Territory, both the cashless debit card and the basics card. Given the Minister's comments about the additional costs of the basics card per unit from memory, I wonder if she can indicate to us the forward estimate cost of the dual system that that is contemplated by the amendment.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Wong. It is currently subject to commercial negotiations, and as soon as they've been concluded, they will be published.
Order. Senator Wong.
That's not correct. I mean, I'm sorry, you can't give it that advice. It may well be the subject to commercial negotiations. There is a cost provision which has to have been made associated with the bill and the amendment. I'm asking what the cost provision is, not asking for the terms of the tender.
Minister.
Senator Wong, the budget measure was not for publication.
Senator Wong.
We got an amendment. Thank you, Deputy President. So we have an amendment that the Minister won't front up to the Senate about, how it's arisen or when it was negotiated, or the fact that she hasn't appeared to have consulted with people about it outside of this place. But she also won't tell us what it costs. It's pretty good.
Won't tell us the research.
The people's government, eh?
This is such a sham.
Do we have any estimate about the number of people that you are assuming? will transition to the cashless card, debit card?
Minister.
Senator Wong, as I made in my contribution in my second reading speech, the government is committed to providing the people on the basics card with this advanced technology, and we certainly believe that the majority of them, in fact, there are 25,000 people that are currently using the basics card, and we believe that the appropriate consultation and support to people to give them the information that they need to understand the increased functionality of this particular card, we believe that the majority of those 25,000 people will transition across to the card.
Senator Wong?
Sorry, I think at the end of that, I was trying to be more polite than that, Senator Ayres, thank you. Long explanation involving a lot of words. There was a fact, which is, I think that you said that the majority, you would anticipate the majority of the 25,000 people currently on the basics card would transition to the CDC. Is that what you said, Minister?
Minister.
That is correct, Senator.
How many of those people are First Nations peoples?
Minister.
I believe it's approximately 68%.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I have a message from those people in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg, and they would like to know that why those in the Northern Territory are only going to be on 50-50 on the CDC card and they're on 80-20. And do you have... they would like to look at legal proceedings against that because they believe that they're being discriminated against. So can you tell me whether or not you've had any legal advice in relation to the splitting of the cards?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. The broad consultation that has been undertaken with the people of the Northern Territory, it was very clear that they wish to transition. If they were to transition, they wanted to go across at the same rate that they were currently on the basics card. So, in effect, the existing basics card legislation would be replaced almost in its entirety with when it transition, if they choose to transition over to the CDC.
Senator Lambie.
So just a minute. So 50-50. So just a minute. So the Northern Territory is on 50-50, and then you've got the larger of the white population in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg on 80-20. You don't think this is starting to divide the country? And once again, have you had legal advice? Have you had legal advice because you've got one lot on 50-50 and you've got them on 80-20? So I'm asking you, before this is taken to court, which no doubt it will be, have you had legal advice on this, whether this is discriminatory? Because I imagine the whites in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg that they're like telling me they've got a sniff of this, and so what you're doing is creating a greater divide here. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because you're going to have 50-50 in the Northern Territory. I'm not being racist and I'm not doing anything else. I'm telling you how they're feeling over there right now, just like I would the people in the Northern Territory. They are feeling like they're discriminated against because they're on 80-20, and the ones going on the CDC card in the Northern Territory, they're going to be on 50-50. So I'm just asking you, have you had any legal advice on that?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, as is usual measure, I'm not going to divulge what legal advice the government has received or not received. However, I would note, Senator Lambie, that this is an ongoing measure.
Senator Siewert.
The provisions in the current bill that give the minister the power to change it from the 50-50 to another figure, do they remain or are they taken out with these amendments if somebody transfers voluntarily onto the cashless debit card?
Minister.
Siewert, could you just answer that question again? I'm sorry.
The provisions in the current bill that give the minister the ability to change the 50-50, the split, to change that, on the when the original legislation said people will be moved from the basics card to the cashless debit card. 50-50 generally remains, but the minister now, under the new bill, would have the power to change that under certain circumstances. Does that remain, or has that been taken away with these amendments?
Minister.
Yeah. Senator Lambie, Senator Lambie, my apologies, Senator Seward. The provisions are the same provisions that currently exist in the basics card, but it requires broad community support to make that change.
Senator Seward.
Even if someone transfers voluntarily onto the cashless debit card, that provision will remain.
Minister.
Senator Seward, the existing provisions that exist in the legislation that governs the income management with the basics card will not change. What we're seeking to do here is merely to enable those people that are currently on the basics card to be able to have a CDC card instead of a basics card. All other provisions that exist in the legislation are the same.
Senator Seward.
This is a community. Just say a community did decide they wanted to change it. What happens with the people that have transferred onto the, if they have transferred onto the cashless debit card? Is that a separate process?
Minister.
It's a simultaneous process, Senator Seward, but I would also note that the CDC offers the opportunity for somebody who is on a particular rate of income management, if they chose that they wish to have a higher rate of their income quarantined, that is also possible.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. Can I just go back to my question? And perhaps we had you misunderstood, or perhaps I didn't make clear the denominator. I was actually asking if the proportion and number of people on income management in the Northern Territory who are First Nations people.
Minister.
25,000 people in the Northern Territory are on income management, and I've just been advised that 81% of those are Indigenous, and I think 34% of Australians who are on income management across the whole of Australia are Indigenous. That includes all income management, not just the cashless debit card.
Senator Wong.
Just to be clear, 81% of the 25,000 Australians who are on income management in the Northern Territory are First Nations Australians.
Minister.
Correct, Senator Wong.
So, can the minister explain when you've got 81% of 25,000 people who are currently on income management being First Nations people, how she can argue this card is not racially discriminatory?
Minister.
Senator Wong, income management is not designed for a particular people. It is designed for a specific purpose, and in different parts of the country and under different regimes, different people have been put on a form of income management. Some of them are on the basics card, some have been on CDC, and there are a range of reasons why people go on to income management, but it is not race-specific.
Senator Wong.
But the effect of it is it falls differently on Australians depending on their race, certainly in the Northern Territory. So what percentage of people currently on the CDC in Ceduna are First Nations people?
Minister.
Sorry, Senator Wong, 76% of people in the Ceduna and communities surrounding Ceduna are on the card.
Senator Wong.
Same question in respect of people in the goldfields. And Kimberley.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Chair, just in the interest of completeness, in the Bundaberg and Hervey Bay area, 18% of the people on the Dakar are Indigenous. In the Goldfields, 48% of the people on the card are Indigenous. In the East Kimberleys, 82% of the people on the card are Indigenous, and in Ceduna, 76% of the people on the card are Indigenous, making a total on an average across those 4 sites of 40% of the people that are on the cashless debit card are Indigenous.
Senator Wong.
Perhaps the Minister can remind the Chamber what is the percentage of the Australian population which is First Nations.
Minister.
Senator Wong, my understanding is that the percentage of the population in Australia that is Indigenous is around 2%. However, I would like to put on the record that in the case of the Ceduna community, and I think I included this in my second reading speech, is that the reason that we have the cashless debit card, the people that actually developed the cashless debit card in Ceduna did so as a result of the coronial inquest into the Sleeping Rough inquiry that occurred on the back of 6 tragic deaths in their community because of people sleeping rough because of alcohol and drug-related harm that people were doing to themselves. And it was actually the Indigenous community leaders of the communities around the Ceduna area that sought for this card to be introduced in their community. Senator Wong.
Senator Wong.
I mean, I think the figures speak for themselves, and I'm conscious others have questions, but you have across the population 2 to 3% identified as First Nations. 81% of those on income management in the Northern Territory First Nations. 76% in Ceduna, 82% in the East Kimberley, and even Goldfields, which is substantially lower, is 48%. I mean, it's a card that disproportionately is targeted at First Australians.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Minister, how were these areas selected? Ceduna, East Kimberleys, Kalgoorlie and Bundaberg and Hervey Bay. Was it selected by the government, or how were they selected?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Chair, thank you, Senator Hanson. The community self-selected. The cashless debit card trial sites in the 4 areas that we have been discussing were put in place at the request of the community leaders in each of these communities.
Senator Thorpe.
Minister, why isn't this racist?
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Oh, sorry.
Senator Thorpe, the Minister is not obliged to answer questions.
Oh.
Please resume your seat, because I've given the call to Senator Lambie unless she wants to cede it back to you. Senator Lambie.
Do you want to go?
Senator Thorpe.
What evidence do you have, Minister, that this is not racist? Can I ask that question? Am I allowed to ask that question?
Senator Thorpe, you can ask whatever questions you like,
right,
and the Minister can choose to answer or not answer.
Minister, please tell me, why is this not racist? I just need an explanation. For the people watching, the Aboriginal people watching across this country, they want to know, why is this not racist? Can you please answer? Please.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. And can I firstly apologise? You were so quick on the question when I didn't get to answer. I actually didn't realise you'd asked a question, so I apologise. I was not being rude or disrespectful to your question. The card is not designed on the basis of race. It's designed on the basis of need, as identified by communities around Australia who have come forward and sought for the card to be introduced into their communities.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I have veterans in some of these trial sites, and because of DVO's years to take their payments, they're sitting on disability support pensions. So could you please tell me that there is absolutely none of them, because of the situation they're in while they're fighting DVA, that are not on this CDC card?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, I can give you an undertaking that Veterans Affairs pensioners are not subject to this card.
Senator Lambie.
I didn't ask you about Veterans Affairs cards because we already know that Veterans Affairs and their payments can be 2-3 years. They have to go on a disability support pension to cover that from Centrelink in the meantime. So, to me, there'll be some of them that will be stuck on this card while they are fighting the Department of Veterans Affairs, and sometimes that can take 5 or 6 years. They are veterans waiting for their claims to get through. So I can tell you now, there is some of these that are not going to be able to avoid this. Do you intend to do anything about this? I'm quite sure this has just been brought to your attention, but that is the truth of the matter. While they've been serving their country, these claims are taking so long, the support they're getting is from Centrelink, and they're getting disability support pensions. Are they going to be put in a car? Are you going to give them an exemption, and how are you going to exempt them?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Senator Lambie, there are a number of people who are on disability support pensions that are affected by the cashless debit card. It was actually one of the design features that was sought by the leaders when they designed the card, as they believed that there were a number of their more vulnerable community members who were on disability support pension that they wanted to have the benefit of the card, and that was why the disability support pension was included in some of the sites. In relation to your comments around veterans who are in the process of making application for a Veterans Affairs pension, there are a number of ways that they can. There are 2 ways that they can exit from the card. One is around financial wellbeing, and the other one is a demonstration of being able to adequately manage their affairs. However, Senator, if you have a particular example of somebody who is in the situation to which you refer that you would like the government to have a look at, I'll be more than happy to take that on your behalf.
Senator Lambie.
Yeah, how many people on the disability support pension have transitioned off that so far?
Not a lot. There's not a lot.
Minister.
Senator Lambie, I apologise. I'm going to have to take that on notice. I'll try and get it to you before the final reading tonight, but yeah, I'll certainly get that information for you.
Senator Lambie.
You have veterans, for whatever reason, receiving part payment disability pension, for whatever reason, from Centrelink, and receiving payment from DVA. Where does it leave them? Are they going to be put on the cashless debit card? I asked that because I'll give you the ones from the trial side over the next week, but I also understand how this card's going to work. When I joined it 5 years ago, and they won't tell you this, but I will. The reason they're having this card is because eventually it's going to go across the country. Okay, that is the big picture. I know that. So I'm asking you, these veterans, they show they have served. I'm asking you if they can be removed off the card. There's got to be a simpler way. They shouldn't have to come from me. Rigmarole will send you a letter and do the rest. Can you please put an exemption? They can show that they have served with their service record. They are to be removed immediately.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. Senator Lambie, if the primary payment of the person is a Veterans Affairs pension, then they would not be subject to this card. I have taken on notice to find out for you if there are any that are on part pension, and I will get back to you on notice on that. And in relation to the government's policy on this matter, this bill reflects the government's policy.
Senator Lambie.
So I'm just sorry. I just want to get a clear thing. All I want to know is, if for some reason, as this card is spreading around, which it more than likely will, don't see it in a hurry, maybe not, and there are people in these trial sites, if they can show to you that they have been a member of the forces and they're receiving a pension for whatever reason, under that, do they get an exemption? Could you put a policy through Centrelink to give them an exemption?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, I'm happy to take on notice the question that you've asked in relation to people who have served our country, and I will look into that and I will come back to you in the very near future after I've had the opportunity to have a look at the specific circumstances around the policy request you've just made of me, and I will come back to you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. To the Minister, it's very sad to see and disappointing to see the term racist and racism used as an excuse, because whenever I've seen it, it's been an excuse covering the lack of facts and solid logical argument, and it seems to be meant to intimidate and silence and divert. It won't silence people who have the facts. Has there ever been any targeting of groups, either under Labor or the Liberal National Party governments, or is this initiative broadly based upon people's needs and protecting children?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. The measure is targeted at people that are on working age income support within geographical areas.
Senator Thorpe.
Just because it's, as you say, not racist, how can you be sure it's not racist? How will you address these concerns that Aboriginal people across the country are saying that it is racist?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. Senator Thorpe, I can absolutely assure you that I make it my business to consult with the communities that have sought to have this card in place around Australia. The 4 sites are in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay up in the Hinkler area, the Goldfields, Kimberleys and Stuna, and also have consulted broadly in the Northern Territory.
Senator,
and I'll continue.
just a moment, Minister. Yes, Senator Thorpe.
Just point of order. The question was, how do you address that this is not racist? You can ramble off people
Senator
that you've
Thorpe,
spoken to, but
Senator
what is
Thorpe,
the evidence?
Senator Thorpe, that's not
parliamentary language.
No. That's
what?
not a point of order, and you're restating the question which the minister.
Well, she's not answering the question.
Okay, then when the minister's finished, jump up and put another question to her. Thanks, Minister.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. To be quicker in my answer, Senator Thorpe, it's via consultation that we make sure that we keep ourselves up to date on the issues that are occurring within the trial sites, the 4 trial sites, and making sure that the card and all of the other services that sit around the card reflect the needs and wants of those communities.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Minister. It seems to be continuing on this racist theme. My understanding of racist and racism is where one group, a particular race, is classified or thought of as inferior or superior. Is there any discussion at all or labelling of any group within the department as inferior or superior, or is this based on needs?
Order. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. As I have stated on a number of occasions, the cashless debit card is in places where the community have sought for the support and help of the government through the implementation of this card and other associated measures, and there are quite a number of them, including many of the wraparound services and support services that exist as well. But the card is in places on the basis of the request of the leaders within a geographical community area.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. I'll go back to the issue that was raised earlier today and is touched upon by Senator Lambie's question, which is future government policy. So we've had the government make a range of assertions about the CDC, and we've had government members and senators make a range of assertions, including Senator Canavan saying, yeah, I think it's now time we take the evidence on board and roll it out across the country. Now, the minister keeps hiding behind, well, the bill before the chamber is the one which reflects the policy of the government. Well, the bill before the chamber has changed in the last hour and a half because of a deal you've done with Central Alliance, which changes government policy. So I'd like to know what government policy is. Is government policy the extension of the trial sites? Is government policy the extension of the trial sites for a period plus a dual system on those already on income management in the Northern Territory? Is government policy what Senator Canavan is flagging, which is a broader rollout? What is government policy?
Minister.
Senator Wong, government policy is, on the basis of the bill that's before us, is the continuation of the trial sites for a period of 2 years, obviously subject to the passage of the amendment that we're yet to get to, and the opportunity and the offering of the cashless debit card as a piece of technology for other people who are on other forms of income management, most specifically in this instance the Basics card in the Northern Territory and in Cape York. We have always been very clear about any community that would come under the cashless debit card or income management would have to seek for that to happen themselves. The government does not seek to impose income management on communities, the cashless debit card onto communities. It is very clear in the legislation that the cashless debit card communities are those that have come forward and sought to have this measure put in place in their community.
Senator Siewert.
So, as part of the extension, is my understanding that, from comments you made earlier, that you're going to do some more assessment. So can I ask, what are you going to do with the evaluation that you've got underway now, or supposed to have finished, that just cost the nation, what is it, $2.5 million?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. Senator Siewert, once I have received the evaluation and had the opportunity to evaluate it, Senator Siewert, that is not correct. Senator Siewert, that is not correct. I will release the report. I've already been on the public record on a number of occasions to say that I will release that report. But can I just put on the record that there is nobody in this chamber that's more frustrated than me about the lack of quantitative data around these measures. And as you rightly point out, the government has put millions of dollars of money into these evaluations, and they do provide valuable insights. I mean, we have had a number of reports commissioned and over the years, and I mean, you would be much more aware of the timeframes of these. You know, your interest in this matter goes back a very long way, but mine does too in the Ceduna era, particularly before I came to this place. But they do provide very valuable insights and thoughts about the cashless debit card. But what they haven't been able to provide, and what I want to be able to get access to, is the hard quantitative data. So, Senator, I accept that it is incredibly disappointing that we're not standing here with the kind of information that we would have liked. And I'd like to be able to tell you, the amount of money that went through, bottle shops before and after the trial. I'd like to tell you about the number of hospital presentations. I'd like to tell you about the number of police call-outs. All I have is anecdotal evidence from speaking to the police or speaking to medical people, speaking to the call-out centre, travelling, with the MAPS bus. I've got that information, and it's consistent, and it's consistently referred across all of the sites. So, Senator Siewert, I hear what you're saying, and that is what I intend to do.
Senator Siewert.
Reported in The Guardian on Tuesday, some of the data was released, as I understand it, from the goldfields. Was the information reported there on the money? In other words, very few people wanted the card extended, and it wasn't showing the sorts of the results that would show that it was a glowing success.
Minister.
Senator Siewert, I'm not entirely exactly sure what you're talking about. However, I do know that there was some early data that was released before anything was finalised, and my understanding is that there has been subsequently been more evaluation and research undertaken in the goldfields, and I'm not necessarily sure that the final results reflect the information you're talking about. But I will take it. I'll get back to you with clarity around the data that you're talking about when I'm able to.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I've listened to the debate and I've listened to some of the questions that have been asked here tonight, and it really disturbs me if the question being asked is this about racism. Is it racist in the policies of where you pick the areas this is to happen? I asked the Minister directly, how did it come about, and the areas that were picked. The areas that were picked is because of community, whether it be the mayors, the councillors, the community themselves, the business leaders, or even community leaders have asked for this trial. Whether it's been, and the whole fact is, yes, they're saying because the population, and Senator Wong asked the question about the percentages, and we've got, in high 40% of one area are Indigenous, and yet another area where I only got 18% Indigenous, where you have a majority are non-Indigenous. We as a parliament need to look at, and leaders of this nation, we need to actually look at what is the best interests of the people. This was a trial that was put out. These are communities that asked for this trial. It's a card that is actually going to restrict the spending of the money to 80% has to be spent on essential services, meaning paying the rent, buying food, clothes for the kids, and it actually ensures there's food on the table. Isn't the basis of what we all should be concerned about is the well-being of the children? Adults can take care of themselves. Children can't. Children rely on the parents. If we have a problem in our society where the parents are tied up in alcohol or drug abuse or gambling, that the money doesn't get to where it should get, isn't that the basis of why we are looking at this card? And it doesn't matter what race or colour of your skin is. We have problems right across our whole society. We have this problem. And especially in regional and rural areas, there is a huge drug problem. I hear it constantly all the time. The thing is that you talk about, is it racist? I can go into many areas that I can say we have racist policies in Australia that is purely based on the fact that because of you're Indigenous, you get extra funding. You get care taken for you. So I'm not going to head down that path. As many Australians know that. I don't think that's the basis of what we should be looking at here. I've travelled these Indigenous communities. I've been there and I've seen the problems that we have there. But it's not only in the Indigenous communities, we've got in other areas in Australia that needs to be addressed. But we as the leaders of this nation, we must look at what are we trying to achieve here. It's the benefits of the future generations. Kids in these communities are not getting schooled. They are not getting the care that they need. They're not getting fed. So the fact is that that's what we need to address. we actually have to also look at the fact that the communities have asked for this. I've listened to the Indigenous leaders that have begged for this card, that they wanted this card. We have people opting in for this card. We have people in communities who are saying we can't control our money because our family and friends come to us and they force us to hand over the money to them. Now they have control of their money. What are you actually worried about? They've got 20% of their money they can still spend as they wish. 80% is going to go to the needs that they need for their household, for the children, to look after children. If you look at the stats and reports, and I haven't got the figures in front of me, but a lot of the figures were 40% plus were actually saying there is less drug use, there is less gambling, there is less domestic violence. The police report that came in said there is less domestic violence and problems they're having. More kids are going to school. They're actually being fed before they go to school. These are the actual facts. To sit here and argue over the fact is it racist policy is not what this is about. And I'm sick of people, some people in this chamber, calling themselves as if they're the victims. Our job is to make sure good policy for all people, all Australians, that they actually have the benefit of our wise decisions because they are relying on us to make the right decisions in this parliament.
Senator Wong.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finished.
I hadn't. You know,
continue with Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Also, the fact is that on websites we are seeing, and the scaremongering that is going on the opposition side of Parliament, telling it there's the elderly who are going to be affected by this. People are ringing up my office and saying, well, it is the aged pensioners that are going to be losing this due to the card. There is no talk about that whatsoever. That question has been asked by the government. It is not going to include the aged. So I'm sick of the scaremongering that's going on with people, because I'm getting that, and it is up on the website, but you clearly say it is the elderly. And so people think, and the veterans, that you're going to tie them up in this, and it's got nothing to do with them. This has been completely blown out of proportion by people telling lies and not telling the truth to the Australian public to know the benefits of this card. Minister, then I ask you the question, clarify here in this chamber to the people of Australia, are aged pensioners going to be involved on this card? Are the people who are on disability pensions going to be included on this card? Who is it actually going to affect? Do you intend, and I think the Australian people need to know, have a direct answer, is this going to be rolled out in this term of parliament till the next election to all Australians? Because that is what is being said to all the Australians in lies that are put out by the opposition and lies that are being put out by the Greens party. I want the people have to have an honest answer that it is recorded here in the parliament. Is it going to include the elderly? Is it going to include those on disability pensions? Is it going to be rolled out to all Australians before the next election? And what do you intend to do with your policies after the next election?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. I'll try and answer all the components of Senator Hanson's questions and contribution, and I apologise if I miss some of them, but I'm more than happy to come back to them. Firstly, I acknowledge the second reading amendment of Senator Patrick, which did give us the opportunity to put on the record that the government has provided a commitment through that second reading, supporting of that second reading amendment, that no recipient of the age pension or a veteran or services pension will be placed on the cashless debit card. There are, however, a couple of exceptions to that, and I want to put that on the record very, very clearly, very clearly. With the exception, and there are two main categories of exemption. People on the age pension are able to voluntarily seek to go on to the card, whether it be the Basics card or the CDC. And we know in the Northern Territory around 2,500 people that are on the Basics card in the Northern Territory actually have gone on so voluntarily, and of those 2,500 people that are on voluntarily, over 800 of them are actually aged pensioners. The second category of people who could be on income management, who are of pension age or on a pension, are those that have been either referred by the Family Responsibilities Commission, and for those who are listening and don't know what the Families Responsibility Commission is, it is the group of commissioners in the Cape York that make the decisions in relation to the people of that community, and it's also contained in this bill, where child protection workers, social workers or Alcohol Mandatory Treatment Tribunal in the Northern Territory has requested, on the basis of safety, either safety of the individual or safety of those in their care, that they go onto the card. There are only a very few people who are on the card for that reason. However, I just want to be very, very clear, they are the only two categories of people on the age pension that are subject to income management. In relation to your comments around what the information and the data around what we're seeing is improvements as a result of the cashless debit card and income management, as I said, in and of itself, they are not the single silver bullet sort of remedy all for some of the problems that they are the cashless debit card and the Basics card were seeking to reduce. They are but one component of a suite of measures that needs to be put together to bring about the kind of change that the communities who have sought access to the cashless debit card have requested. And in reading the letter and of support that I received from the community leaders in Ceduna, there were many things that these communities that have observed over the time that the cashless debit card has been in place in that community, and I'll just read just a little bit of the letter that I received, Senator Hanson. And I quote, this is actually a quote. Since the introduction of the cashless debit card, we have observed positive changes in our communities. Fewer vulnerable people have been harassed or humbugged, these are their words, to hand over cash to others. More children are attending school, families have money to spend on groceries, and alcohol-fuelled violence has decreased. Our communities are safer. People are saying they have the money they need to provide for the basics of life, such as buying clothes and food, and paying rent and bills. And this does not flow in there, there's more in between it, but the final statement that these community leaders across the whole of Australia, and we have community leaders that have signed this letter to me today, Senator Hanson, from all of the trial sites around Australia. The final sentence, and I think is, in order to create stronger, safer and healthy communities now and for generations to come, we call upon our parliamentary representatives to pass the Social Security Administration Amendment Continuation of the Cashless Welfare Bill 2020. So they are, in the words of the people who are at the coalface, these are the people whose communities this card serves.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, then I've got to ask the question then. If you didn't have such a positive response for it, would you continue with the cashless debit card, or would you drop it? You've actually, said you've had positive feedback. Would the government pursue this to extend it if it wasn't working?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. Senator Hanson, it is absolutely the most important component of the cashless debit card trial sites has been the commitment and the participation of the community leaders within those communities. And through the advice and constant feedback that we receive from those community leaders, it is the reason that we are seeking to continue the trial sites for the cashless debit card, because it is those people that are talking to us and telling us their stories that drive this. And I was in Ceduna on the weekend with Senator Patrick, you know, I suppose it was interesting. You know, Senator Patrick actually, I think he said quote to the advertiser, "Ceduna probably kicked me from a no to a position where I'm considering voting for it." That was how powerful seeing the people at the coalface and hearing their first-hand, hearing their pleas from their community on their behalf of their community about the continuation of the card. And you know, I know this is you know, is a difficult subject for some in this chamber, and I certainly acknowledge that. But you know, probably I think the thing that struck me the most in Ceduna was going out to a community not far out of Ceduna called Kinniba. Kinniba is a reasonably small community. It would have less than 200 people living at Kinniba. But just a few weeks ago, Southern Launch, which is a big satellite organisation in South Australia, picked the Kinniba lands as the place for their launch. And the community told me how fantastic it was to be able to have the opportunity for the people of Kinniba to be able to work with Southern Launch, for Southern Launch, in assisting them in their launch activities, and they have subsequently asked me.
Senator Hanson was to her feet first.
Thank you. Look, I think this is a very important debate, and I'm sorry, I'd like to draw attention to the Greens that are actually, you know, the humour that's going on here, the debate that's going on in their own little corner. I would like to say,
point of order.
Courtesy of the chamber is that the minister should be able to have her say in peace, and I'm listening intently.
Order! I ask the Greens to call them to order. Senator Hanson.
Thank you. I just think it's a bit rude of the Greens to the humour that's going on here and laughing, that we should actually be able to hear what the minister has to say.
I'll come to you. Senator Wong has to call. Senator Hanson, I take your point of order. I ask all the members to act in a parliamentary way. Senator Wong.
Your ruling. Thank you. So I'll proceed with committee stage. Minister, I wanted to both move on, respond to a couple of things, if I may, that Senator Hanson said, and then ask you a couple of questions. Senator Hanson first accused some people in this chamber of playing the victim. I'm sure she probably wasn't necessarily keen to listen to my second reading speech, but one of the points I made in that is that, you know, I think the courage that is demonstrated by our First Nations representatives here in this Senate and in the Lower House, from the Labor Party, Senators McCarthy and Dodson and Ms Burney, and obviously other First Nations members, I think they demonstrate courage every day. I don't think they come in here and play the victim. They come in here and they seek, often often rebuffed, to progress the cause and progress. They seek to progress reconciliation. They seek to progress policies which matter to them, to their parties and to their people. And I think to simply dismiss them as playing the victim is disrespectful, and I disagree with it. And I'm you know, upfront enough to say to you respectfully I disagree. And the second thing with which I disagree that you spoke about is the suggestion that, I think you were referring to the Labor Party, I wasn't sure, that we were lying about the possibility of a broader rollout. Now, you can say that. I would make the point that out of the government's own mouths, they have talked about broader application. And I think it is legitimate for a party to raise this fact when you have first Senator Canavan saying, I think 2 days ago now, I think it's time we take the evidence on board and roll it out across the country, when in February this minister said it does need to have a broader application, and the Prime Minister who said the CDC is commending itself for wider application. Now, I appreciate that you have a different view on this policy measure, You're entitled to that. I disagree with it. The Labor Party disagrees with that. But I think it is entirely reasonable for us to point out that that out of the mouths of the coalition is an indication that this is something that they want to roll out more broadly. And I don't think that's an illegitimate thing for us to raise in the public debate. But I turn now to a question of the Minister, which is in relation to the provisions that prevent, under the ASIC Act, the Australian Securities Investment Commission Act, Section 12DL, which provides that a person must not send another a credit card or debit card except in specified circumstances. I think it is clear from the ASIC letter, and I invite the Minister to explain her answer, because despite her tone towards Senator McCarthy, I don't believe that the letter supports the assertions she made. ASIC makes it clear that it did grant a no-action letter in relation to the CDC, but only in relation to the initial trial. ASIC says that that letter in 2016 was specified to apply to the trial of the program. It does not cover the proposed ongoing and broader program to be enabled by the bill. The letter goes on to say that obviously nothing that ASIC does can actually change the operation of the law itself. It simply indicates no action. Now, in communities, if you are prevented by Section 12DL, I assume you've considered this in the deal that you've offered Ms Sharkey, if you're prevented from sending out a card to communities, what is the proposition? I'm sure Senator McCarthy can explain to you the sorts of communities that the Postal Service, some of the communities that is being described, and you know, the significant impediments that would be put in place of your plan if indeed you can't actually send it out, and are you expecting people to come in and collect it? So what is the plan for this so-called transition for people who are currently involuntarily on income maintenance to move from one to the other? Sorry, income management.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Wong. You know, at the risk of repeating myself, I be very clear: there are no further plans or decisions that have been made in relation to the future of the cashless debit card. What government policy is before us at the moment. However, you know, we will continue to work with community leaders, stakeholders and the communities generally about the benefits and opportunities that we can offer them by working with them. In relation to your question around ASIC and Section 12DL, you raised the issue because you know, Senator McCarthy, when I just put on the record, I meant no offence to you personally in my response. I just wanted to make it really clear that I understood very clearly that the ASIC determination does not apply to what we are intending to do in the way that we are proposing that the card will be offered to people in the Northern Territory. The reason that I say that, Senator Wong, is because the intention to the method by which to offer the card is actually to go out to communities one by one and work with communities to explain to them the benefits of the card and to help them in the process of moving from the basics card to the cashless debit card. In fact, we as a government through Services Australia, we do remote servicing around the Northern Territory. We do it around the whole of Australia, and we make sure that we provide a service to people even if they're in the most remotest communities. So what we would be seeking to do for anybody who wants to go on to the cashless debit card, we would, I mean, clearly the point that now we are offering this as a voluntary transfer from the basics card to the cashless welfare card, it circumvents entirely the issue which is raised, has been raised today by Senator McCarthy. However, it doesn't change the intention of the government in relation to how we intend to continue to consult with people in the Northern Territory around assisting them. In fact, it was one of the things in the consultations that I did in January this year when I was in the Northern Territory and I went to a number of communities about how they would like for the information to be provided to them about the cashless debit card, and they sought for that information to be provided to them in person, and often the request was for it to be in first language. And I acknowledge there are quite a number of those, Senator McCarthy. So the process to roll this and make this offering to the Northern Territory is one that will probably take some time, but it is our intention to engage one-on-one with communities as this card is offered out into the Northern Territory.
Oh, that was a dead tie. I'm going to go to Senator McCarthy because she has jumped a few times. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. So, in terms of just following on from Senator Wong there with the ASIC situation, so we've got over 200 communities, and one of the biggest issues is the inability to have letterboxes in each of the houses, and in Alice Springs we have 15 to 18 town camps. So if we follow that thinking of the ruling with ASIC and the letter we talked about today, how do you propose to not put the department and the government in a precarious situation legally if you cannot deliver these cards and you have to actually ask each of those families first? Have you sought a legal understanding of whether you can actually do that?
Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Senator McCarthy. The method by which this activity occurs is no different than how people who are currently on the Basics card would seek to get another Basics card if they lost one, or to get a Basics card if they came on to the Basics card who had not previously been on the card.
Oh, just wait for the call, Senator McCarthy. Go.
Thank you, Deputy. But Minister, if we're talking about the Inju card, which is not the Basics card, it's actually a separate card altogether. So you are actually delivering a new credit card, or debit card in this instance. Is there an assumption that just because they have the Basics card, you can automatically roll out the cashless debit card?
Minister.
Senator McCarthy, the question that's currently before the chair, the amendment that I moved a while ago, actually seeks to make the measure or the option for people on the Basics card to move to the cashless debit card a voluntary action. In undertaking that voluntary action to seek to have the Basics card, the consent is ipso facto given by the person who is seeking to have the card. So it's not a matter of the card being posted to somebody who didn't know that it was arriving. The person actually has to actively engage in the process to seek to change from the Basics card to the cashless debit card. So there is, in the amendment that's currently before us, completely negates the issue that we were discussing today in question time. And the issue that we were discussing in question time was specifically about the means by which somebody would receive a financial instrument, which, as I've said, we were already intending to be able to respond to by the means by which we will be consulting with communities and offering the card up. But the fact that it is now a voluntary measure is completely overrides the issue that we have been discussing today.
Senator McCarthy.
So those people on the Basics card in the Northern Territory who don't want to go on the cashless debit card, how long will they stay on the Basics card before you expect that they should be going on to the cashless debit card?
Well, Senator McCarthy. Oh, sorry, Madam Deputy Chair. The very nature of this amendment is that if people do not wish to go on to the cashless debit card, there is no requirement for them to do so. What I'm saying and seeking to do by this particular amendment is to say to people, we will certainly provide everybody who's currently on the basics card with the information about the increased functionality of the cashless debit card. And you know, the comparison between the two cards is quite stark, and I know you've bothered to make yourself inform yourself around the two different cards. But you know, the fact that one of the biggest issues that was raised initially with the rollout of the cashless debit card, when it was clearly obvious that that was what card it was, it had a big injury written on the front of it, the same way as the basics card being lime green and you having to use a basics card terminally. It is quite obvious to anybody and everybody if somebody has one of these cards. The cashless debit card now does not have any identification on it to indicate that it is a cashless debit card. It's just a silver card. And one of the technological advancements that is being put in place and worked on, and once again I'll give a shout out to Senator O'Sullivan, who's been working with a number of the technology operators and the wider community, is to make it available so that people can actually have the card on their phone, so they just tap and pay. So in doing so, you actually remove any obviousness of the fact that the payment method that the person is using to buy their items is actually an income management card. So it's the technology is very advanced, and so what we will seek to do in the process of consulting with communities and making the offering is put to people who are on the basics card the increased functionality that is available to them. 16,000 outlets that use the basics card will take the basics card. Over 900,000 outlets will take the CDC. You can use the CDC online. You can use the CDC to make overseas purchases. So the actual functionality of the cashless debit card is significantly enhanced from the basics card that is currently in place in the Northern Territory.
Senator Hanson-Young, and then I'm going to go to Senator Dodson. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. We're debating this piece of legislation now in committee stage because one member of this chamber changed their position in favour of allowing the government's agenda to continue, and that, of course, was Senator Griff. He's not here. He didn't bother to vote on the second reading amendment. He's left the building tonight. He's not here to debate the details of this bill. Rebecca Sharkey, the member for Mayo, and Senator Griff, Central Alliance, were both clearly on the record opposing this piece of legislation. And South Australians should be very aware that this is not the first time that Central Alliance, Rebecca Sharkey, the member for Mayo, and Senator Griff have said one thing one week and done another thing days later, to the detriment of the Australian community. Only a couple of weeks ago, only a couple of months ago, Central Alliance voted with the government in an attack on universities and university students. Now, on Christmas Eve, we have a gutless stunt by Rebecca Sharkey and Senator Sterling Griff. Rebecca, yes. On the eve of Christmas.
Senator Hanson-Young, I think you're aware that you need to refer to
I was
Ms.
just
Sharkey.
about to correct myself. Thank you. On the eve of Christmas, in the last sitting of this parliament, we've had the member for Mayo, Rebecca Sharkey, and Senator Sterling Griff gutlessly allow this piece of legislation, which they opposed in the House of Representatives, which they told the Australian community they did not support. They're allowing it to pass, to have a detrimental effect on those who have for years argued with members in this place to change this